Peace and love to all. Peace and love to all. Islam to all the Moors worldwide. Honors to all the people in the chat jumping in to hopefully learn something today. We're here with DA Natalie Burrell. We're also here with myself, Brother Cujo L. We have Brother Jamal Bey and Brother Yusuf L as well on the stream. I know you said that you had an hour, so we wanted to let you get whatever you have to get out as far as the myths based on your busted video that you had uploaded, I think, yesterday. Mm-hmm. And see if we could assist you in getting some questions answered with regard to all that.
So you want me to go first?
Sure.
Oh.
You're the guest, so sure.
Okay, no worries. Okay, so first of all, I see in your title you have me as district attorney. I'm not a district attorney.
Oh, defense attorney. That was my fault.
That's no worries. I'm just letting you know. That's what I thought when you sent me the message, what you had meant by that. So, you said that you wanted to debunk my video or debunk the points that I made in my video. So I guess I should really give you the opportunity to because I didn't really have any questions for you. I just, whatever issues you had.
The reason why was because the individual who you had on the line that you were debunking, we don't think that individual is qualified. So we're not even going with there. Obviously, because of him, you had some issues. So because of what he presented, the same issues that you had, you could present those to us so we can qualify or disqualify certain things.
That's an interesting approach, but I'm the guest in your house, but so okay.
Because usually what we would do, because the whole point is that we were just going to play the video and debunk everything, but you said you wanted to be on here to do it live, so which is why we're doing it this way.
Okay, yeah, sure, up to you. So the video that I was responding to was something that the young man had put up himself on his own YouTube channel, where he was giving pointers that were not legal advice, but he was giving what he said were Supreme Court cases. Not all of them were, but some of them were Supreme Court cases on the issue of certain rights that he held out to be inalienable rights or rights that were not privileges, and basically arguing that those cases proved his point. In particular with the right to travel and the privilege to drive. And so I looked at the cases that he talked about, and the cases did not talk about the rights that he was referring to, which was the right to travel, and did not apply to what he was talking about. And so I found cases that were talking about what he was talking about, and all of them unanimously said that there is a right to travel, but there is no fundamental right to drive. So that's it. Basically, that was the point of the video.
Okay. No. When you say the right to travel, you do understand that that is a right that comes with the liberties that everybody has a right to. Like it's not a separate thing that he's talking about. When he says right to travel, he's speaking about a right that everybody who's a national of this land or who's Aboriginal or indigenous to this land has a right to do.
No, so I disagree with your premise because first of all, you're yourself limiting that right by saying that everyone who's a national of this land or everyone who's indigenous or Aboriginal to this land has a right to travel. That's it. Everyone who's in the United States has a right to travel, right? And you don't have to be a national to the land or indigenous. As long as you're present in the country, you are subject to the country's laws. As far as the right to travel is concerned, Your right to travel, although it's a right that's given to you, is always subject to limitations, just like every single right is subject to limitations. The right to free speech, the right to bear arms, the right to congregate with other people, freedom of religion, even that has limitations on it that's placed on everyone. Right to conduct commerce, all of those things have limitations on them. And so what the case law is basically saying is that even though you have a right to travel, you don't have an automatic right to operate a motor vehicle, which is only one form of traveling, right? That is a privilege that the state gives you. And you could walk, you could crawl, you could get in a boat and go from point A to point B. But if you want to operate a motor vehicle, get behind the wheel of a car or an automobile or a conveyance and put the thing in drive, put your foot down on the pedal and go, then you need to be licensed by a state. That's just what it is. And courts have again and again and again recognized that up to the Supreme Court and the federal level. And there is no case saying that driver's licenses or a DMV or an MVA in any way restricts someone's right to travel. You have a right to travel. You don't have a right to operate a motor vehicle, a boat, or an airplane without regulation.
So
Brother Jamal, you have something? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think based on what you're saying, the actual physical act of getting behind the wheel and the commercial status of driving are being intertwined.
There's no commercial status of driving when it comes to a private individual operating a motor vehicle. So again, I reject the premise of the question. That's not what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is that if you, whatever you want to call yourself, want to operate a motor vehicle, move a car,
Those are different.
Whatever. No, they're not. Under the law. No, they're not.
I just want to object real fast. If you look up the definition,
there's nothing.
If you look up the definition of driving,
hold on.
Well, hold on.
I was still talking.
I know, but I wasn't finished. So if you interrupted me. So if you look up the definition of driving,
no, it's not.
It'll reference.
That, no, it's not. But you haven't provided any lawsuits.
When you look up the definition of traffic deals with commerce. So if driving mentions traffic and motor vehicles mentions traffic, and traffic is commerce, then when you drive, you're absolutely within a commercial capacity, which of course legislators have the right to regulate, because legislators have the right to regulate commerce. But if you're not operating within a commercial capacity, then they have no right to regulate anything that you're doing. That there's case law that says that.
Cite the case law that says that.
All right, hold on. Give me a few seconds. I'll pull it up right now.
No, the other part with regard to that right to travel is based on what you're traveling in. So like you said, if the state is saying getting in a motor vehicle, getting in a truck, getting in a bus, getting in whatever has to be licensed, right?
Yeah.
How does a state, which is a foreign European corporation, have jurisdiction in land that was here before the state? Is that because they conquered indigenous people, or is that because they naturally have that right?
Cite to me a case, law, or regulation that says that a state is a foreign European corporation.
No, all states have a founding date, right? And a charter, right?
Cite to me a case, law, or regulation that says that a state is a foreign European corporation. That a state, one of the 50 states of the United States.
Why would the foreign European corporation colonists create a law that's gonna limit their capacity to continue violating people's rights?
So then you're conceding that there is no law.
I'm conceding that the law is the Constitution, but the Constitution is a national constitution, not the state constitution. And
okay, Fair enough. Go ahead, finish.
So if the supreme law of the land is the Constitution, and the supreme law of the land says that the Constitution is that law, anybody who creates law after that is practicing color of law, because they should be just going by the supreme law of the land.
Okay, so you then, let me understand this correctly. You accept that the United States Constitution is valid, that it has the force of law.
The United States Constitution for the Republic,
The
seven,
United
ar-
States
seven,
Constitution,
7 articles, 10 Bill of Rights. The organic Constitution that founded the United States of America Republic is the supreme law of the land.
so then you don't accept the Constitution in its whole entirety.
When you say its whole entirety, are you meaning the amendments after 10?
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Like the ones that abolish slavery, for example. You don't accept any of that.
No, because I was never a slave. I was always in this land. I'm indigenous. I never came here on a slave ship.
Can I
Just yes, but let me just finish addressing his point. I think that first of all, the Constitution, which you accept in part but reject in part, does lay out how the United States is to be formed with the separate states, right? And the recognition of those states, and then the delegation of powers between those states. And if you accept up to that point with the delegation of powers between those states, right, the separation of the federal and state powers, then you recognize that states are given the authority to issue driver's licenses or not. You know, they could decide not to, but they've all decided to do that, to issue driver's licenses or commercial truck driver's licenses, which is always interesting. You guys don't talk about CDLs like that, but that is, they do recognize a difference between the private operation of a motor vehicle and the commercial operation of any other type of vehicle, like a truck that would require a CDL license, right? So the Constitution recognizes the state's authority to regulate someone's ability to operate a motor vehicle. So if you accept the Constitution, although you're limited in what you accept, but if you accept the Constitution, which I think up to the 10th Amendment does deal with the delegation of powers to the state, then you in turn must accept that the Constitution gives the states the authority to regulate how someone is able to operate a motor vehicle. And then I'll submit to Jamal's question.
I was providing the case law where I stated that when you're operating, when you're traveling, you're not operating in a commercial capacity. Therefore, the state's not has no authority to regulate what you're doing. Well, and then when you're driving, whether it be your personal truck, car, van, it doesn't matter what it is. When you're driving, then you're subject to commercial regulations. And here's the case law. It's Budd versus New York, 143 U.S. 517. It states, when therefore one devotes his property to a use in which the public have an interest, which would be commerce, he in effect grants the public, which would be the state, an interest in that use and must submit to be controlled by the public, which would be the state, for the common good, which means he submits to commercial regulations to the extent of the interest that he has thus created. So if I get in my car and I advertise that I'm a taxi, then I have to conduct myself a certain way and I have to be regulated by, the rules of commerce. But if I just go in my car and I go to the store, then no one can regulate me. And in referencing Black's Law Dictionary 4th edition, it states that a driver is one employed. So again, that's the status is employed. So whether you be self-employed or working for someone else, a driver is subject to commercial capacity. When you read the definition of traveler, it mentions nothing about commerce.
So you understand that Black's Law Dictionary doesn't have the force of law, right? It's just a dictionary.
What do you mean by that?
It doesn't have the force of law. So for example, if you
wait, before you go into that, I read Budd versus New York.
Yeah, and I'm going to get into Budd versus New York, but I'm just taking you in reverse turn, basically.
Okay.
And I think that is you conceding that it doesn't have the force of law. It's just a dictionary.
Oh no, I never stated that. Because it provides case law. Budd
versus New York, 143 U.S. 517, is an 1893 case. 1893 is when it was decided by the Supreme Court. And let's see here. The automobile was invented in 1885. So we are citing an 1893 case to do with the right to drive.
No, right to travel. We don't.
Right to travel?
Yeah, because there's no rights to drive. Driving is a privilege, right?
Right. So, but okay. So what is your definition of traveling by way of automobile? What do you call that?
Traveling is not within a commercial capacity. So that's going from point A to point B without being for hire, without subjecting yourself to the public, with of course respect for safety concerns, like not operating your motor vehicle or whatever you want to call it, with negligence, not going on the sidewalk, and of course yielding to all precautionary measures such as stop signs and things like that. So that's not for hire, thus not subject to commerce by definition.
But what is it? Okay, so what does it mean when you travel by way of automobile? What is that?
Traveling.
Traveling. So it doesn't matter what you're using to travel. It's just traveling.
Yes, because it's not for hire. Yes.
Okay.
Well, once you're not engaging in commerce, then it's not licensable.
Okay, so you're telling me that the case Bud v. People doesn't have to do with driving, which really wasn't a common thing in 1893. It has to do with traveling, right?
No, that's not what I said.
What does it have to do with then?
I was stating that the difference between driving and traveling is that driving is operating your car or whatever it is you're behind the wheel at in a commercial capacity, therefore making you subject to state's regulation. Traveling is not that. And since you're not subject to commercial regulations, they can't license you or to restrict anything that you're doing.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is this. What I'm trying to ask you is this. When you rely on Bud v. People, right, that does not mention the word automobile, drive, or travel once in the entire case, it has nothing to do with that. What are you relying on it for?
The status of either operating in a commercial capacity, which the actual script that I referenced is dealing with that, one devoting their property to public interest, which would be commerce, and in retrospect, not devoting your property to public interest, which again deals with the state's ability to regulate individuals in their private or public capacity. That's what this entire argument is about, because in law, the first issue is status. So we can't even talk about the fact that you're behind the wheel and what you're doing behind the wheel unless we address the status. Just like if you're going to sue a cop, the first thing you have to address is that individual in his official capacity or in his private capacity?
Okay. So I think what you're asking for courts to do, because I'm going to assume that you're going to make this argument, or someone would, not necessarily you, I wouldn't assume that someone would eventually make this argument in court. What you're asking for the courts to do is to bypass hundreds of years of jurisprudence, which says that operating a motor vehicle, no matter in which capacity that you're operating it, whether it's commercial or not, you have to have a license in order to do that. And go all the way back to 1892 to a case that has nothing to do with traveling, nothing to do with automobiles. It doesn't even have anything to do with horse and buggies. It has nothing to do with what you're talking about. In order for them to find that, as long as you're not in a commercial capacity, that the states cannot regulate it. And time again, the courts have said that you're wrong. Why do you disregard all the cases that have come out since then? For example, because I'll let you get a case, so if you'll just let me get a case. For example, as to the fundamental right to drive, federally, there are 1,080 cases on that issue, right? And each of those cases says that there is no fundamental right to drive or operate a motor vehicle. And so
federal is not even in the Constitution.
We're not talking about the right to drive.
It is. So here's the thing. Whether or not you're talking about the right to drive, when you go to court and the issue that this, I don't want to say belief system. I don't want to be offensive. So school of thought, let's say that. The issue that this school of thought has is that no one else accepts what you're saying except for you.
No, that's
hold on. Because I'm confused. So to be clear, are you stating that us referencing stare decisis and res judicata is our own independent school of thought?
You're not referencing stare decisis.
So when I stated Bud versus New York, what is that?
That's not stare decisis because it doesn't deal with the issue of driving. And when
res judicata?
You're operating a motor vehicle without a license, you're in a court that's dealing with traffic issues, which is driving. And the word traffic has multiple meanings, not just trafficking as in selling things back and forth. It also means the movement of motor vehicles in and around the public roads, right? And sometimes private roads, depending on what the issue is. Yeah, so you cannot just selectively pick one definition of the word trafficking out of context and then try to apply that to a school of court. This is why, unfortunately, the Moorish Americans on this particular issue are so often unsuccessful in court. I wish that we would actually reference the stare decisis. For example, Miller v. Reed, which is a 1999 case instead of an 1890-something case. Which says that there is no fundamental right to drive, even though there is a right to travel.
You gotta mute her sometimes.
Are you muting me? Mendoza v. Garrett, which is a 2018 case, which says that there is no fundamental right to drive, no fundamental right to a driver's license. Wright v. Family Support Division of Missouri, which says that there is no fundamental right to operate a motor vehicle, even though you have a right to interstate travel and a right to interstate commerce. So I want to make this very, very clear. You make the arguments about interstate commerce, right, and the commercial ability to go back and forth, but courts have already said that you don't have a right to do that by way of motor vehicle. So the way in which you travel or go back and forth or do not engage in commerce, whether or not you're engaging in commerce, if you're going to do it by motor vehicle, you need to have a driver's license. And I know you might want to cut me off.
But that's based on, but the point of you saying having the right or not having the right is based on what you're saying is a motor vehicle, which is sanctioned because you have to register that. So of course you're going to have a license because you were the one who registered it with the state, with the province, whoever you registered it with, in order to have that quote unquote privilege called driving. But if you didn't register it, you would have the ability to exercise the right. But I guarantee you that if we ask you, you're going to say that you have a license, don't you?
So that's not true, right?
No,
I have to challenge the premise.
Do you have a license? Do you yourself have a license?
Sir, the premise is incorrect. Whether or not, first of all, sir, the premise is incorrect.
You have a license.
Sir, the premise is incorrect.
Do you have a license?
I will answer your question, but you must allow me to correct the premise. And that's what I'm saying. You make these allegations that are not
allegations because I got a call today. Today I got a call. Hold on a second. Before
you just been talking.
Before
you gotta get some water. You gotta get some water. Drink your water. Drink your water.
Stop talking.
Drink your water.
But Mr. Moores invited me.
Drink your water.
No, we know.
Why are you being disrespectful to me? Is it because I am making arguments that you don't know how to come? Otherwise, Mr. Natalie?
You just remind me of something.
Stop.
Mr. Natalie, are you being disrespectful to me because you cannot go against my arguments, sir?
It's your status. Your status.
Stop. It has nothing to do with you personally. Nobody's personally anything with you. We don't care.
He told me to drink my water and to stop talking, and that you guys needed to mute my microphone.
Yeah, because you're still talking. Because you're still talking. You're still talking.
Yeah. Well, you invited me. You said for me to take
the talk. You got 33 minutes left.
But why?
Hear it.
The reason why is because we went on your video and we were just going to watch your video and debunk your video without you.
Okay.
You sent a message and saying you wanted to debate something.
So and I'm answering your question.
Hold on. So we said, fine, come on here. It's not an issue because we don't care. You're not going to change us from doing what we're doing. You're not
I
going
don't want to change you.
You're not going to influence us or put any information on us that's going to make us feel like, oh, we shouldn't be doing what it is that we're doing. The question that was asked to you is, do you have a license?
And I said that your premise was incorrect.
No, I didn't ask you that.
You are giving misinformation, sir.
Do you have a license?
You are giving misinformation.
Do you have a license?
Sir, you're giving misinformation.
Do you have a license or don't you have a license? Simple question.
You're giving misinformation.
Do you have a license?
Sir, you're giving misinformation.
Do you have a license?
Can I correct your premise first?
No. Do you have a license?
So your premise is incorrect. The reason that I say that your premise is incorrect is because whether or not you register your vehicle, whether or not you register your vehicle, you need to have a license in order to operate.
No, you're lying. You're lying. Now you're being an officer of the court.
Cite me the law.
Now you're being an officer of the court and you're lying for the court.
Multiple times.
You're lying for the court.
Has been Mr. Abdullah.
Now you're lying.
That's the only person who has cited me law. And then I went and I looked at his law and saw that it did not apply to this.
Now you're lying. Now you're lying.
Can I address that?
You said that it wasn't. You said that it wasn't a personal attack, but now I'm lying. I've never called you a liar. I believe that you genuinely believe.
You're lying.
You are making misrepresentation, sir.
Can I address?
Yes.
All this sir and all this stuff, that's disrespectful because you know that we're Moors. So don't tell me about no sir and all that stuff like you're making respectful position. We're not sirs.
How is that disrespectful?
I'm not a sir. You don't call me sir in your little legal tone as if you're respecting somebody. You ain't respecting anybody talking crazy about sir.
You ain't fooling us. I know that voice.
You might be able to.
So once again, now
over here. But
now Abdullah Bey would like to speak, and you wouldn't allow him to speak.
No, this is my platform. You ain't telling me what to do on here.
Okay. Okay.
These
are great arguments, by the way.
I was just going to argue that just because Bud versus New York doesn't mention specifically the word motor vehicle, traveling, or automobile, that does not mean that it's not relevant to the topic of discussion because we're talking about the status of driving and traveling. That's like saying Cruden versus Neal doesn't apply to anything because it doesn't specifically mention, whatever it is we're talking about, but it states in Cruden versus Neal that all men are independent of all laws except those prescribed by nature, and he's not bound by any institutions formed by his fellow men without his consent. That's dealing with the right to contract, and the right to association was also dealing with human rights. And then in regards to traveling, it states in the Articles of Confederation, which is part of the Constitution, reference Article 6 of the Constitution, that we have the right to free ingress and regress into every state. So the fact that they're saying we need permission, which a driver's license is permission by definition, that violates our free right to ingress and regress into every other state. The reason why they have tolls and driver's license and things like that is only for the regulation of commerce, which is traffic. And here I've showed in Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, signed by the retired Chief Justice of the Rhode Island Superior Court, that traffic is commerce and trade, and every other subsequent definition deals with goods, trade, commerce, and business, and has nothing to do with people driving in their private capacity. So to state that Bud versus New York is irrelevant is frivolous. It has no standing just because it doesn't mention the word motor vehicle or traveling. And you've been wrong stating that we're arguing the right to drive. We're not arguing the right to drive. We're arguing the right to travel. It doesn't matter how you're traveling. And this case law's referencing that as well, because government only has power because the people gave it to them. And this case law stating that governments, courts can't go beyond the powers delegated to them, which is why the 10th Amendment exists, stating that all rights, I'm paraphrasing, stating that anything that's not stated in the Constitution doesn't deprive the people of that right. It goes either to the people or to the state. And when you read the definition of state in a law book, the state is the people. So governments don't have power over the people. Governments have prescribed delegated authority given to them by things like municipal charters, constitutions, and things like that. And that's it. And they can't go beyond that authority. And to act as if they're not is is completely disregarding the foundation of the entire document that we're talking about.
It's criminal. That's what it is. It's treason.
On to what you said. Okay, so I'll take what you said in turn. First of all, I was reading some of your comment section here, and they said that I was dodging the question. I have a driver's license. There's nothing to dodge there. I was just pointing out that your premise was incorrect. But going back to Mr. Abdullah Bey, first of all, when you deal with the doctrine of stare decisis, or basically following what one case says to another, what the courts are going to look to, any court that you go to, is the law that deals with the issue that you are before the court for. Even if you want to define driving as something separate than, traveling, and say that, the issue of driver's licenses don't apply to this, or whatever the case may be, the courts don't agree with you, and they have not agreed with you, and they've addressed your issue. Please let me finish, over and over and over again. And in each and every single one of these cases, and I said it's been over 1,000 cases or some odd, they have said that if you want to operate a motor vehicle, you have to have a driver's license to do so, and that the states are given the authority to enforce that you need to have a driver's license, registration, and insurance. That has been said in case after case after case. You cite the Black's Law Dictionary. However, the edition that you're citing to is very, very out of date. Sometimes, I believe, before the advent of driver's licenses. Aside from that, Black's Law Dictionary is not law. It is just a dictionary. That's all it is. It has no force of law. There is not a court today that uses anything. First of all, Black's Law Dictionary it's not really in vogue. And then secondly, there's not a court of law today that you can walk into if you're charged with any type of an offense that will use Black's Law Dictionary and say, well, because Black's Law Dictionary says this is how we're going to do it. And then finally, I would challenge your argument that basically the state does not have power over people. If we're not talking about traffic infractions, which to me are not the most serious things in the world, right? There's far more serious crimes. Say that we're talking about murder, right? Say someone kills another person. The government has the power to arrest that person. That's basically kidnapping. Take that person and put them in a jail, right? To try that person.
The government.
Put that person. A municipality is a form of government. Put that person away. Try them by a jury, sentence them. In some states, execute them, take their lives away. But that's at the most extreme end of things. The government has the ability to do all types of things, repossess people's property. Even though people don't agree with it, the government taxes people, whether it's a state government, federal government, local government, which is
I think we're getting a little off topic here.
No, I'm just addressing the things that you said, which is that the government doesn't have power over people. Of course it has power over people.
That's crimes against humanity.
Can you reference?
So when someone molests a child, the government doesn't have the authority or the power to put that person in prison?
Can I ask this question?
So you're talking about the status of a crime. That's different. You're mixing people in their private capacity, and then when that person commits a crime, which now you're talking about a different status because you're injuring the public. Yes, government has power to regulate that. Yes, that our argument is not that. If you commit a crime,
well, then the government has power.
You're liable to be sued and be brought to court. But if you do not commit a crime, and there's no civil infraction, there's no injured party, then the government has no jurisdiction to even talk to you unless you talk to them.
So the traffic articles of every state are under the criminal articles. They are considered crimes because the penalties that come with them can put people in jail. Okay.
So how come?
Whether or not the government. Can I please just finish this point, please? Whether or not the government is right or wrong, and whether or not you agree or disagree with the government exercising this power, right? The government can, when someone drives without a license, put a person in jail, and they have, and they do that, right?
So you're saying that's right? You're saying that's right that they do that?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Are you saying that that's right? Somebody doesn't have a license, so they throw somebody in jail, that they're right for that?
Personally, right, versus professionally. I don't like the idea of jailing somebody for driving without a license because I think that mostly it's a poverty crime, right? I don't like the idea. There are statistics on that. So many people that don't have the same belief system as you are driving around without a license, not because they don't believe that they don't have to have one, but just because they can't afford to get their license renewed. Say it got suspended, or their state requires driver's ed, for example. And so they can't afford to go to driver's ed, or their license was suspended because of child support. And the reason they have back child support is because they lost their job. But now they can't find a job because their license is suspended and they can't go from point A to point B. Do I believe that those people should go to jail? Absolutely not. I don't like it. But the state has the authority to do it. There are lots of laws that I don't agree with, but the state has the authority to do it. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay, so if that's the case, then why would you give that answer in your personal capacity, but not in your professional capacity, when your professional capacity is to defend people who get violated?
Well, when I defend people who get violated, I'm trying to keep them out of jail. That's what I'm doing. But unfortunately, in a professional capacity, I have to completely understand the law and all of its authority in order to protect my clients.
And the law that you're understanding, is the law that you're understanding the supreme law of the land, or is the law that you're understanding the statutes, ordinances, and acts created by the states?
I think that those are both the same thing. There's not a separation. You and I are going to have to disagree disagree on that. In my opinion.
But it's by the definition. It's not, it's like what words mean. Like, because you say, like, it's just a dictionary when you say that. But if we don't know what words mean, how do we even talk?
Okay, so
like, we have to, like, how does that, like, I don't get that. Like, when you say that, like, you have to know what the word means. So when the Grand Sheik said a statute, like, by definition, a statute would be this. So, and like, I feel like you ignore the definitions.
No.
And we just go around with general terms. Like, that's just a saying, but not by the true definition of what it is. And then when we say a dictionary is not qualified, that's opinionated. Because I can easily say to you, cite me the court case that says Black's Law Dictionary doesn't exist. Like, it's the same thing. Like, you say that all the time. And I'm like, I can say the same thing to you. Like, even when you refer back to history, when you looked up when license existed. So when we refer to you, well, when did these colonists come over here and start making these laws? You want us to cite the court date, or the court case for that. But you don't cite no court case when you look up for when did automobiles come into existence. Like, why can you use history? But when we ask about history, it's an issue. Like, we know that these are colonists here making these so-called statutes, acts, and ordinances. Like, it's like you just made a quick research. Boom, the automobile came in this year. You don't know the research that these colonists came over here and started making these unconstitutional statutes, ordinances, and stuff. Like, you just did the research. I saw you. So I know you know how to research stuff. Like, so you don't know that? You don't know that they're colonists?
Okay, so I'm going to try to answer your question as completely as possible.
Wow.
Why is that a problem? Why is that a problem?
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So in trying to answer your question as completely as possible, I'll say this. The words and the definitions within the law are contained within both the statutes and the case law. You can, of course, amplify or give context to legislative intent, basically what the legislators meant when they were putting laws in place by looking to history. Of course, history is important. And I want, everyone to look at history when they look at the laws, but the history does not trump the law. Right. So the law as it is written, right, we have statutes. Is
that an opinion? Can you cite the court case for what you just stated?
It's in the rules of statutory construction that are found.
There we go again with them statutes. There we go again.
But you want to cite the law.
That's not a law. Statutes are not laws. By definition. By definition, I'm not debating. I'm saying by definition in a dictionary.
A statute is literally a law that's written by the
No, not by definition in the dictionary. I'm not debating. I'm just saying what the dictionary says.
Okay. That's all I'll say to that. Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah, I know.
No, I mean, it's the thing that you're saying is not true.
I'm saying what the dictionary says. I'm not saying.
Let's look at what the dictionary says that a statute is. Okay.
Let's get it. That's what I'm talking about.
What is a statute? A statute is a written law passed by a legislative body. So a statute is a law.
I have a question.
Yes.
Are you aware that Article 4 of the Constitution states that in each state shall be guaranteed a Republican form of government?
Yes.
So, based on that, would you agree that the democracy is unconstitutional since it was never stated or written in the Constitution? Since you stated that Budd versus New York didn't apply to the argument of driving and traveling because it didn't mention either of those words. So since the Constitution doesn't mention the word democracy, can we both agree that a democracy is unconstitutional?
Hold on one second. I'll try to answer your question. You know, I'm not a dictionary, so hold on.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. So your question is that, let me make sure I rephrase the question so I understand it. That because the word democracy is not mentioned in the Constitution, right, that this is not a democracy.
So I was asking based on
or like basically okay, sorry. Let me one more thing. Article 4 says that it's, what was he say? Article 4, right?
Yes.
Article 4.
Section 4.
Section 4 says that the United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government and shall protect each of them against invasion and on application of the legislature or the executive when the legislature cannot be convened against domestic violence. So it guarantees a republican form of government. So you're saying that, is this not a democracy since it guarantees a republican form of government?
So yes, but I was using your earlier argument against Budd versus New York because when I referenced that, you stated since it didn't mention driving, traveling, or motor vehicle, that I couldn't use that in my argument, right?
Right.
So now, since the Constitution, based on your opinions and your beliefs and your ideals, since the Constitution does not state a democratic form of government or a dual ploy system, is it not true that the democracy is unconstitutional?
No, I would say that that's not true, and that what you're doing is conflating two different issues, although it's a
Okay, so hold on now, right? I'm referencing, this is the Daily Register. This is Wednesday, July 6th, 1864 from the Library of Congress. So you can go to loc.gov. In the newspaper at the time, it stated that Congress adjourned sine die, which means without day, which means they're no longer going to meet again as Congress of the Republic. It stated that a terrible plot was discovered. It is stated on very good authority in Washington City that Mr. Stewart has prepared a grand coup to demolish the Democratic Party and re-elect Mr. Lincoln because the Democratic Party was trying to overthrow the Union in 1861, which is why Civil War broke out in 1862.
Yeah.
He has invented a splendid plot, which is to be exposed, of course, in due time, going to show that the Democratic Party are involved in a vast conspiracy to smash things generally. It is said that 1,000 pages of evidence going to prove the existence of this terrible conspiracy has been submitted to Mr. Lincoln, and that a well-known general, once respected, has lent his name to it's hard to read, an issue of nonsensical slander upon members of the Democratic Party. It is no secret that a vast system of espionage has been organized all over the North, and proofs will soon be forthcoming that the mails are regularly tampered with to find evidence, if possible, against persons who are inimical to the administration. So it's clearly stated that the Democratic Party is the issue here at that time. This is in 1864. Sure. And since the Constitution makes no reference to a democracy, and since the democracy was involved in a coup, as it just said, which would be treason against the United States, this is evidence that the Democratic Party is treasonous and unconstitutional. So how can you state that I'm mixing arguments when the history proves that the democracy is unconstitutional?
Okay, so I'll take your question in turn. As far as you're conflating issues, right? The Democratic Party and the democracy are two separate things, right? The Democratic Party is just a party in a political party, right? There's a Green Party. There's
in the dual system that's unconstitutional. Yes.
There's the Green Party. There's the Republican Party. The Republic and the Republican Party are not the same thing. The Democratic Party and the democracy are also not the same thing.
That's not my argument.
And none of these things are relevant to the issue of whether or not the case that you cited, Bud versus...
Oh, absolutely. Because if we're talking about the government, which government are we talking about? Are we talking about the government that's authorized by the Constitution? Or are we talking about the people that overthrew the Union? So which one are we talking about?
But that's not the argument that you were making when you were citing to Bud versus State or Bud versus New York.
So in Bud versus New York, I was using your thought pattern because you stated I couldn't use that in my argument because it didn't mention certain words. So now I'm stating
it didn't deal with the issue.
So now I'm stating to you, based on your argument, based on what you told me, that since the Constitution doesn't make the argument of a democracy or a Democratic Party or anything like that in reference to a duploid system or a duploid government, it is unconstitutional based on your arguments.
No.
Based on your reasonings. Absolutely.
No. I disagree. And I'll tell you why I disagree.
Okay.
I disagree because, first of all, the rules of statutory construction and that have to do with interpreting case law are not related to the formation of the government. Those are two different things, two completely different issues that don't relate to each other whatsoever. Now, as far as the formation of the government is concerned, there is no party which is mentioned in the Constitution. That doesn't mean that all of these other parties, like the Democratic Socialist Party, the Socialist Party, the Communist Party, there is still a Communist Party in the United States, surprisingly, right? None of those parties, the independents, are mentioned in the Constitution. It doesn't make them per se unconstitutional because the Constitution does not basically form political parties. Those political parties are they form of their own and they have their own rules and they're allowed to operate. And really, the government can't get involved in how those parties basically form and operate because it's like a free speech thing, right?
Now, that's not my argument. Isn't about free speech. My argument is about democracy.
No, I know, and I get what your argument is. I appreciate your argument because, like I said, it is creative, but it is incorrect as far as evaluating whether or not Bud versus New York applies to the issue of the right to travel, because Bud versus New York does not deal with the right to travel. So when you want to fight, here's the thing. You guys can do whatever you want to do. I want to make it very, very clear. I'm not trying to change anyone's mind. I'm just saying that this is what it is when anyone, no matter who they are, goes to court. If you want to cite to a case, all you have to do is just find a case that deals with your issue. If the issue is about driving a car, right, about traffic court, then you have to get a case that deals with traffic court.
So exactly. So using that, what you're saying.
Yeah.
Since the Constitution doesn't deal with the issue of democracy or Democratic Party, right? Forget the party argument because that's not even my argument. Since the Constitution doesn't deal with the issue of democracy, is that not proof alone that democracy is unconstitutional based on exactly what you just said?
No, because this is not what I'm saying. I am not saying that because Bud versus New York doesn't mention driving or traffic or the right to travel or the right to drive, that the right to travel does not exist just because that case doesn't
I didn't
deal
say
with
that.
it. Just because, hold on, let me finish my thought. I didn't say you said that. I'm giving you an analogy. Just because the Constitution does not say Democratic Party does not mean that Democratic parties are not constitutional. It doesn't mean that democracy is unconstitutional, right? None of that.
Can you please define unconstitutional? Because I think
Yes.
there's some confusion.
Yes. Okay. Just because something's not mentioned in the Constitution doesn't mean that it's unconstitutional. Here is what unconstitutional means. It means that it either violates one of the protected rights that are enumerated in the Constitution, or the right to privacy, which isn't really enumerated, but is recognized by interpretation of the Constitution by the Supreme Court, or violates one of the amendments in the Constitution, or if there is a law that is put down by the Constitution, like the impeachment law, for example, that the impeachment procedure, and doesn't follow along with that law, then that is in violation of the Constitution. So it's
and what about delegated powers? Wouldn't the executive branch exercising judicial powers be unconstitutional?
The executive branch is given the right to, so like the executive branches of every single state, for example, they are given the right to form administrative bodies, right? And within those administrative bodies, they can come up under the Constitution. They can form their own quasi-review system that is review system that is quasi-judicial in nature. That executive branch of government has the right.
Quasi?
So, for example, if the executive branch, like the governor or whatever of a state, decides, or the legislative branch decides to form a motor vehicle association, right? And in forming that motor vehicle association, DMV, they then put a hearing body in place. They're allowed to do that as long as there is judicial review over the decisions of that administrative body. Just like the FDA, like there can be hearings for whether or not you violate the rules of the Food and Drug Administration, but they cannot extend their powers to do things like lock someone up for violating the Food and Drug Administration. So when something is done under the DMV or FDA, like an administrative hearing, none of those can put a person in jail. They can only revoke your right to drive, revoke your registration. But if you want to like put somebody in jail or fine them, then that does have to go through the judicial branch of government. That does have to be like in the traffic article or the criminal article.
Yeah. So now you're talking about status. Now you're talking about the extent of those administrative hearings and things like that.
I'm not necessarily talking about status. What I'm talking about is the delegation of powers, which is what your question originally was.
Yeah.
And
since they're not delegated the powers of the judicial branch, and without judicial overview, they wouldn't have the status or standing to exercise the powers of the judicial branch. Which means if they go beyond that, it would be unconstitutional. I think we're agreeing here.
Yeah, I do think that we agree on that, and I'm saying that they don't, right? Because so traffic issues that could possibly put you in jail, those go to criminal court, traffic court. That's under the judicial branch. And then traffic issues that just have to deal with the state's delegation of authority to hand out licenses that can only like revoke your license or revoke your vehicle registration or something like that, or say that you can't drive this car because of emissions issues. Those can go to an administrative body because the stakes are different, right? What can happen to the person is different because they're just promulgating their own rules for that administrative body, and then they have like usually like a hearing examiner or something like that that hears those issues.
Yes.
So
Now,
creating,
since there was no hearing on whether a democracy is constitutional or not, we, based on this agreed context, we basically can't say it is. We can't say that a democracy is constitutional.
We can't say that
because there's been no hearings on it. There's been no rationale on it. There's been no decisions on it. It's just a word that we throw around because of school.
Tell me what you mean by let me back this up, and then I'll ask you.
Pardon the interjection.
Yeah, no problem.
I know you were saying you had about an hour. It's 1:56 right now, so I don't know
what your time
is.
I got 4 minutes.
I don't know what your time is, but yeah, so you could.
Yeah, I'll be brief. So basically, it's this. Once again, although the word democracy is not in the Constitution, concede that. And like I said, the lack of the word does not make democracy unconstitutional. The prescription for how we carry out our democratic republic, which is what we have, is not a full democracy. We don't have one person, one vote. We don't have one person. Hold on.
Where does it state that in the Constitution?
The way in which we exercise the democratic republic, right, which is what we call this type of government that we have here, in that, electors and things like that, and
but how many guarantees the republic.
How many people get allocated to, their representatives, how many electors you get based on population. All of that is laid out in the Constitution. All of that
except the phrase democratic republic.
Hold on. The function that I'm just saying that's what it's called, right? Just like how you say democracy, technically it's not called a democracy. Technically it's called the democratic republic. Even that term, democratic republic, not in the Constitution. I agree with that. Those are facts, right? I am saying that the way in which we exercise this democratic republic, right, of voting, and then how many votes you have counting towards a certain amount of electors, and then how many electors going towards selecting who the president is, and then how many representatives you get in your state, and the power of your senators and the separation of powers and all those type of things of the function of government, those are spelled out in the Constitution. And so if a government or a state or even a private individual in some situations wanted to do something or enact a law which goes against the form of government that we have that is spelled out in the initial articles of the Constitution, then that would be unconstitutional, right? That would be unconstitutional. Not necessarily saying a democracy itself is unconstitutional. I'm just saying that whatever you want to call it, you can call it purple, right? Call it purple. And there is a certain way in which our government is supposed to run. And that is prescribed in the Constitution. And then failure to run the government that way is unconstitutional. So that answers your question.
No more.
Hey, Jamal, you're muted. I don't know if you're talking right now.
Oh, no, I wasn't talking. I was just showing that quasi means lack of reality. But I would disagree that does not answer my question.
I'm not surprised it doesn't. I'm not surprised you disagree with me.
No, that's fine.
But that is my answer.
I still respected the fact that you were speaking and you finished and now I'm speaking. It doesn't answer my question. It doesn't prove that the democracy is constitutional. In fact, I think it proves that it's unconstitutional because the way, and I think it might be because you went to law school, but the way they teach you to think is very skewed. It's on the one hand, you'll respect the Constitution, but on the other hand, you'll blatantly disregard the Constitution and cherry pick from it to make your basically treasonous behavior constitutional. Because you talked about electors and the delegation of powers in reference to the Constitution, but then you keep throwing the phrase democratic republic, which isn't in the Constitution. So it's kind of like, how could you? That's like saying I'm about to make a lasagna and then I'm looking at the list of recipes and then I'm going to throw in pineapples and saying, well, it's not in the recipe, but I'm going to put it in there and it's going to be delicious. And then I eat it. And now we're all eating, right? So now we're all basically hypothetically eating this lasagna with pineapple in it. It's screwing our people over, the people that look like me and you, and we're arguing how, based on the coup in 1862 with the Democratic Party that you're defending, that's the source of our plight here in America, and that plight consists of the issue of driving and traveling, which you stated, for lack of better words, you have moral objection to it because and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that you're pretty goddamn intelligent. So I know that in order for a crime to exist, there must be an injured party. That's res judicata on that. Cases have already ruled on that countless times. So knowing that, And knowing that 99% of traffic issues don't involve injured parties, and our people are going to prison or having to pay ridiculous fines to defend the democracy is I think is ridiculous. And I understand that you have an obligation, because if you're an attorney, that means you're a member of the bar and you have to pay dues and you have to submit to their regulations. But I really hope that you can see that it's asinine to defend a system that's deliberately has been blatantly and openly violating our people since at least 1862. And with that, I'll yield.
Okay. Yeah. There's a couple of things that you said there that kind of are the reason that I felt prompted to respond to Canaanland moors, right? And I'll take what you said in turn. First of all, I liked your analogy about the lasagna, right? What I said about democracy is like, whatever. And then saying, where's the pineapple? What I said about democracy is like looking at a recipe for lasagna, seeing all the ingredients for lasagna.
A strict recipe.
Yeah,
I should have been clear. A strict recipe.
Okay. Seeing all the ingredients for lasagna, and then saying, but none of the ingredients say lasagna, so this can't be lasagna. A lasagna is made up, of a whole bunch of things like noodles,
I obviously didn't
sauce,
literally.
and whatever.
Obviously, you can flavor the food however you want, but when it comes to people's rights, you can't flavor that.
Same thing.
There's even arguments made by the Supreme Court that the amendments
don't
grant any rights. They would exist whether or not the amendments were there. You understand what I'm saying? So it's
right.
Again, and I would like to believe that it's because of your training. It's not because of your moral compass. Because of your training in law school, they just like they brainwash all of us, right? I was in the Marines. I was gung ho USA, all this bullshit. They brainwash all of us to think like them, and in turn, we take our good intentions, our ignorance, replace our ignorance with their garbage, and we spew it out of our own mouths. And then we want to go march and pray, talk about Black Lives Matter, but we're part of the system.
Okay, well,
and we don't know how to separate their open, obvious, blatant disregard for the Constitution and our moral objections. Like we mix them. Like we don't know how to separate what our personal belief with what the law is. And okay. I see that with a lot of attorneys, and it's very sad.
Okay, so a couple of things. I find it interesting that you took issue with me cutting you off, and you cut me off just now. But
because you're taking my lasagna argument as literal, and it's not. We're talking about a document.
I'm not taking it literally.
Its entire conception, its entire foundation is established to protect people. Now, there are people living right now who, as a result of this coup in 1862, are now using that document to deprive people of their rights, and you're defending that. And you're using their bullshit. Excuse me, I apologize. You're using their arguments to defend violating people's rights as justification for it, which we might as well be in Nazi Germany.
All right. So traffic laws are not being in Nazi Germany, but I will say this.
No, but using a document that's established to protect people's rights and justifying the violation of their rights using that document is like Nazi Germany. Because Hitler told us to invite the Jews to the barbecue, it was German law, it was German statute, and just because the German Constitution didn't say we couldn't invite them to barbecues doesn't mean we couldn't put them in gas chambers. Just because the Constitution doesn't say, in order for a crime to exist, there must be an injured party, doesn't mean we can just throw niggers in jail for the prison industrial complex and violate their rights. Like, how do you not see that?
All right. So I disagree with you, and I disagree with you for several reasons. Number one, this is the system of justice in this country. For all of the problems that there are with it, and there are many problems with the criminal justice system. I mean, almost, I'd say, at times insurmountable. The way I believe to combat the issues with the criminal justice system is to learn the laws that are real, to learn how to marshal the laws against the facts, and then to use that in order to help people. I use my knowledge of the criminal justice system. That, I don't do traffic court anymore. I handle mostly, homicide cases. That's what I mostly do. But I use my knowledge of the criminal justice system, my knowledge of the Constitution, and my ability to research in order to help mostly Black people avoid convictions, be found not guilty, avoid prison time. And that is what a lot of my colleagues do. People can decide that they want to deal with the system in a different way, and that's up to them. But the way that I choose to deal with the system is to actually learn the ins and outs of it and to have a better argument, to be superior in my understanding of the Constitution and the laws compared to the prosecutor, to throw out cases get cases thrown out because my client's constitutional rights were violated. And I think that most people would understand that I could not go into a criminal court and have a drug case thrown out or a gun case thrown out or rape, murder, or something where my client is wrongfully accused. I can't get that thrown out without an understanding of what the full Constitution, every single part of the Constitution, and how it applies to the laws of my state or the laws of wherever it is that I'm practicing in. And so while, yes, I would prefer if people didn't go to jail for small traffic infractions. I really, really would. There's way more serious and important things out there that I think that courts should be doing. If and when I ever get a traffic case, I need to understand the traffic laws in order to say, well, Your Honor, this officer stopped my client without reasonable articulable suspicion. And then he illegally pulled my client from the car. And then he ran his registration. Oh, but it looks like based on his driver's record, my client never received notice that his license was suspended. So he didn't know that. So the case has to be found not guilty, or cases where I got my client found not guilty because he was illiterate. And so there was no way that he could have ever gotten a driver's license. And, ultimately the judge didn't think that was his fault. So interjection. What is your nationality? What is my nationality? What is your nationality? I was born in South Carolina. My family is from Jamaica. So you're a Moor? No, I don't ascribe to your system of beliefs. It's not a belief. Matter of fact, let's go right here. You said my belief? A nationality is that quality. Listen. Because I heard you say color and I heard you say Black people. Where's Black land? Where's Black land? Where's that? You said you were Black, right? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Where? I didn't realize you were talking. Where is Black land? Black. Where's that? You said Black, right? You said you were Black, right? Where's that? Yeah, I'm Black. Is that a landmass? Where's Africa America? You look stuck right now. I'm not stuck. I just don't want to engage you on your belief system because it doesn't matter what you believe. Geography is not a belief system. Hold on. Geography is not a belief system. You are familiar that there is a land called Greenland, right? Are people that live in Greenland green? Sir, if I was use common sense, man. No, if I was to sit here and debate you on you're stuck right Moorish science or Moorish Americanism, that would be like the same thing as me debating a Jewish person because I don't believe in Judaism. You are free to believe whatever you want to believe. This has nothing to do. Hold up. I've been listening to you ramble and lie on this feed for about an hour now. Hold up. It's my time to talk. When you talk about national, listen. I believe has nothing. I'm not going to. No. A belief has. So you're gonna be rude then? We let you talk. You don't think that you're being rude? No, I'm not.
because it's my turn to talk. You're trying to interject while I'm talking. I've listened to you talk. Rhetoric.
Wow.
So listen. You said that you were black, but you cannot name a landmass on Earth that's called black to match that. You also said something about law. So law, there are rules. Just like grammar, there are rules. Black is an adjective. It's not a proper noun. So that's not a people. So in law, that will be considered a color. Do you know the definition of color in law? What's that? That's a question for you to answer. Do you know?
Oh, I don't have to answer your question because I didn't come
So
here.
why do you want some? Hold up. So you make these projections, but you can't defend them. What is the definition of color of law? You said you're an attorney, right? You're a lawyer?
I don't have to answer your question. I didn't come here to talk to you.
No, you're talking to the audience. You're talking to the people.
I have
So
spoken.
now you.
I said
So
what
now.
I said what
So
I
now
need
you're in
to
the
say.
pressure cooker now. So now you're in the pressure
I'm
cooker. You
not in
can't
a
talk.
pressure cooker. I
Okay,
don't.
so talk.
I don't believe that you're well, so I don't want to be disrespectful.
No,
And I think
it's not. No,
than that.
you're conducting traitorous activity right now because you know that there's no such people as black people. So we know that you have a bar card. Show your license to practice law right now.
If you say so, okay.
Where's your license to practice law?
Okay.
Do you have one?
I told you I'm not going to answer any of your questions because
You don't have an answer. That's the thing.
All
you
right.
don't have an answer.
Okay.
You don't have any answers. You have rhetoric and nonsense, and you're conducting traitorous activity because you know everything that you're saying is coming from the Bar Association, not a lawful place.
Okay.
Can I interject just so that way we can go in a direction here? Because she ain't gonna answer your questions, bro. So just
I know she gonna duck dodge.
I'm not duck dodging. I'm literally just not going to speak to you.
You're not answering because you don't have an answer.
She's pleading the fifth, like they should.
No,
oh, so you pleading the fifth
about the law, and I did.
You're pleading the fifth.
You're
pleading the fifth.
Real fast.
You're not a court of law, so I'm not pleading the fifth.
So
yeah, I'm a jurist. That's right.
No, wait.
Okay.
I'm a jurist.
Let me add this real quick.
Okay.
Get it straight.
Moorish American and quote unquote Moorish Americanism isn't a belief. If you believe in Article 4, Section 1 of the Constitution, full faith and credit shall be given to the United States. I'm paraphrasing with reference to the public acts and records of every state and union, which will deal with common law and its applicability in every state of the union. House Resolution 1203 of the state of Georgia recognized Moorish Americans as Aboriginal and Indigenous to North, South, and Central America, which would include all of the islands, which is why there are Maroons on the island of Jamaica who are Moors. So that resolution recognized Moors as Aboriginal and Indigenous to all of the Americas, as well as House Resolution 0689 from the state of Illinois referenced the same thing, which also both documents honored Prophet Noble Drew Ali as the Moorish American prophet, stating that we are not African Americans, colored folk, or Negroes, as well as Senate Resolution 1015 from the state of Texas. All of these states have recognized Moorish Americans as Aboriginal and Indigenous to North, South, and Central America. So it's not our personal belief or views. It's a fact. Also, in reference to your arguments about the Constitution, I don't want to come off as offensive, but it's going to offend you, and I do apologize because I don't mean it in an offensive way. But the way you're arguing the justification of the courts violating people's rights is kind of like the house nigger telling the field niggers like, hey bro, this is how it is because master said it is. So I'm really just trying to use their laws to help prevent them from whipping you less. So in certain situations where you did drop the egg by an accident, I'm going to tell the judge, well, my client didn't know how to read, so he dropped the egg by an accident because on the basket it said don't drop the egg, yet master's still whipping the slave. So I really hope that you can see that they are the problem, and us working for them is continuing the problem. And I really do apologize for being disrespectful. I don't mean it like that, but I really want you to see that that's exactly how it is.
Okay. So the first thing you said about whether or not it's a belief system, again, whether or not it is, I don't wish to engage on that. I prefer to talk to you about the second thing that you just mentioned. And in talking to you about the second thing that you just mentioned, that's the reason that I'm here, right? you can think that, and you would not be the first or only person to think that, and that's fine. But what you are espousing, whatever you want to call it, does not get people out of jail, right? So to me, you are the house nigger. Because you don't,
and that's fine, because you can go to risingmoors.org and see I got cases dismissed, kept people out of jail.
You don't get people out of jail. You don't get people back to their family members. You don't
again, go to risingmoors.org.
Who do you get back to their family members?
Go to risingmoors.org and you'll see.
Who do you get back to their family members calling them black?
Hundreds of people.
Wait.
Hundreds of people. And that's what I'm saying. Every time I say something, you guys like it, talk over me. And that's fine.
I don't get people to their families.
But hundreds of people.
You said I don't get people to their families.
Hundreds of people.
Go to public
people that are facing
and you'll see serious charges dismissed.
People that have almost lost their lives. So to me, everything that you're saying, all that you're doing is hurting people because you're not giving them real and correct information. I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
It's not about you believing. It's not about you believing.
I haven't believed anything as far as that's concerned. Like how you don't believe. I don't believe that you're not doing free. I keep people.
You don't believe.
I keep people.
It's not about her believing though.
I keep people from losing their lives.
Okay, so check this out.
Losing their lives.
You said you don't believe, so you believe you're black.
My knowledge of the
so you believe you're black
makes me someone who helps my people. And what you do is give black people misinformation.
So you believe you're black.
Is internalized.
Right. So you believe that you're black.
That
okay, your skin is not black, but you say you're black, right?
Thing to you instead of being a good thing. I am happy to be black. I love myself and I love my heritage.
Hey, man, you're not black.
Being the descendant. I love being the descendants of people who have braved the transatlantic slave trade. I love all of that. And so there's nothing that you could say that would take that away from me. Like there's nothing that I could say that would make you feel differently. I know that every single day what I do helps people that look like me and helps poor people what I was growing up. And that's all that I care about. Right? And the things that you say don't help anyone. It never does. You're not helping anyone because what you're saying is not based in reality. It's just not true. And every single time I emphasize with the law and the facts, you couldn't handle it. So you all bring your friends on, gang up on me, and try to talk over me. But every single thing I said has been true. And every single thing you said has been false and not based in reality. But again, thank you for having me on.
Do you have any closing comments, Ms. Burrell?
Oh, are you cutting me off now?
No, well, I mean, obviously you don't want
to. My closing comments. Thank you for having me on your channel. I do genuinely appreciate it. I actually would love to do this in the future. And also, I would love to have you on my channel. So once again, I appreciate you having me genuinely and completely. I don't believe that anything that any of you have said is based in reality or the law or would ever be successful in courts. But again, thank you. Those are my closing thoughts.
Yeah, just send me the date when you're ready for your channel, and we'll be over there.
Absolutely.
All right. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. So now it's just.
Wait.
I knew she was gonna run off. She didn't want to answer no questions, getting her ass cooked.
You know what I mean? Yo, that was crazy.
That was crazy.
Yo, everything she said was a lie. Everything she said out of her mouth.
Yeah, I love that.
That was crazy.
Everything.
Who's that nigga?
Everything.
Up on that nag.
Crazy. Moors have heard. I'm sure all her little fans are going to be running off right now from the chat instead of pushing the button. But if anybody else has anything to add, just push the button. Just push the button. And,
they're running off like roaches.
Yo, wait, can I just say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Moor.
It's not funny. This is not funny, right? Because this is why black people say, well, the Moors sold us out. So when you see her face, you're looking at a morisco. You're looking at the one that's selling us out. And
Exactly.
she's using her position as an officer of the court, which an attorney is according to corpus juris secundum. She's using that position as basically house nigger position, saying that she's getting her people off when it's really masters allowing her to do that for the position in the illusion of we're part of this system, and when we're absolutely not. And it's very sad that, you know, our sister, because she's still a Moor, whether she want to recognize it or not, our sister
That's what I told her.
refuses to recognize that. And, you know, with every attempt to try to be respectful, I mean, the Moors see it. Like, she literally would use the Constitution. It's I don't understand how she thinks, right? Because you're using the Constitution and then violating it and then using it to justify the violation of violating the Constitution.
Yeah.
And how can you not see that? How can you not see the cognitive dissonance that's coming out of your own mouth?
Bro, did you see her face?
And then to say that Moorish American is a belief after I literally just said House Resolution 1203, House Resolution 0689, which is supported by Article 4, Section 1 of the Constitution, is not based in reality.
Did you see her face? Did you see her face when I asked her them questions?
I feel bad.
She didn't know what to do.
She's gonna come back to this planet screwed.
She gonna say, I hit her with one question. She gonna say, I'm not here to answer your questions. That's how I know you lying.
Yeah,
it reminded me of
Big
Dave
Mac.
Chappelle.
She was mad at you, bro. She was mad at
She was on fire hot.
Islam, Wagwan.
Islam.
Peace.
Islam.
Yeah, I big up every time Canaanland Moors. Don't know Cujo. Flamed her up. Kush Day, Jamal, just couldn't hack it. Yusuf, getting in all the time. I wanted to jump in just to say my little bit, because I don't really do all of this. So I'm not no teacher out here. I love what you lot do, and you see what I do on the IG. I just like to post up bits that go over people's heads so I can connect with them. That's why I do a little bit of the trolling thing, kind of what you man do, you get me? But what I wanted to drop on her is, Taj has been saying for a minute, like, her authority that she, with her being a part of the Bar Association, comes from where I'm at in London, in UK, you get me? From Fleet Street. And they're done out here. So what she's talking about, she's just encouraging the same thing that you lot are fighting against, trying to uplift our people and wake them up. That's really what I wanted to say. You get me? She ain't really got no foundation. All that thing what she's dealing with, that's done. That's dead out now. You get me? So yeah, love every time you man keep slaying. You get me? Repping the Moors, rising the Moors. You don't know where it is. 100. Gone later. Love Islam.
Hold on one sec. I just wanted to
go to you, Cujo.
Brother Omar, get Brother Omar in there because he was listening online. He had a comment to make. Go ahead, Omar.
Islam, Moors, how are you guys?
Everybody's peaceful.
Good. Yet again, I'm an honor to stand in amongst these ranks, and it was wonderful to see you guys battle that lady down. But what I realize is that, you know, it's like you guys are dealing with a child. This lady, out of her mouth, every comment, every statement that she's making is a contradiction. And you gotta, from my perspective, I gotta see how this must destroy these people, because she's not even making sense. The whole democracy thing, the republic, the whole, you know, this isn't part of the government. This is. I don't know what I was thinking about. This indoctrination thing that must happen to our people. It is a really sad thing to watch, and it's really sad to watch that they can't defend it. And just say keep up the works, but that was alarming. I was saying to Cujo, that's alarming to think that those people. Well, it's not. I mean, it's obviously what it is. Those are the people that are supposedly out there doing the works for us. But yeah,
great point, brother Omar. I like how you said that.
Anyways, Islam, I yield.
Islam. Give thanks, Mark.
Islam.
Yeah, we'll build later. Yeah, hit me up later.
I missed what Brother Kush said when he came on. What did Brother Kush say when he came on? My phone had went. I had got interrupted. What did you do when you came on? As soon as you came on, my phone got disconnected, so I missed what you did. What did you smash her with?
Word. Man, I slapped her. All I did, bro, I gave her a light slap. It was a real light slap. I just said, what did I say? I said, "What's your nationality?" First question off the
And
rip.
she's already confused. She said, "I was born in South Carolina."
She was already confused.
Like that's like saying
One
what hospital you
question,
was born
boy.
in. What are you talking
One
about?
question. Then she was talking about beliefs. Then I hit her with. Then I came with the other side of the legal paper, slapped on the other side of her face. All I said was geography. We talk about geography. She like, well, I don't believe what you believe. So you gonna believe that planets
Oh my
and
goodness. That's what she
like,
started
what?
doing, huh?
Yo, I was like, I told her more. I said, why you look frozen? Why you look stuck? She was like, yo, she had the joint like in the Matrix. You know what I'm saying? When the phone stopped going like this.
Yeah, I missed it.
Yo, she started going like this. She started tweaking. So she was like, I'm not stuck. Yeah, you is. Yeah, you is.
Fluoride stare. I really hope there's some more sisters on here that can reach out to her and get her head straight, because
yeah, talk to her,
could
man.
potentially be a strong warrior on our side, but she's like, nah, I like Rome. Have you ever seen the Netflix show, The Spanish Princess?
Mm-mm.
Well, there's it's just about Spain, and there's an Asiatic. She's Moorish, and she converted to Catholicism. There's a warrior. He's also Moorish, and he's talking about the Inquisition against the Moors. And he's like, "Yo, they're doing that to us." And she's like, "No, the Christians would never do that, and we're so great and Catholic." And meanwhile, they're killing the Moors. That's literally her. Literally.
Yeah.
And then she's telling the warrior like, "Oh, don't worry about fighting in the Inquisition against the Catholics, because we're good here. We're good over here. We're good over here." Like, that's literally the house nigger position. And then she stated that I don't help keep Moors out of jail. We'll go to risingmoors.org and see all the cases we got dismissed. Also based on the right to travel. And based on her own argument, those judges that dismissed those cases, their judgment was based in a lack of reality.
Bro, she blew me. She blew me when Jamal, when you hit her with the Constitution, Article 4, Section 4. When you hit her with that and Article 4, Section 1, when you hit her with those two, she said that, what did she say? She said it doesn't matter about the Constitution because it's a Democratic Republic Party. What?
Yeah.
Bro,
I was going crazy when that happened.
She literally filibusters. Isn't that what it's called? Filibuster?
Filibuster? Yeah, filibuster.
You're just talking. It has nothing to do with what I said. Like, literally, she never addressed specifically what I said.
She was Reggie in the whole time. She was dealing with nations. Conversation over.
Conversation over.
Straight up, man.
And again too, like, this is not, it wasn't a debate. We already know where she's at because she's officer of the court, right? It's not a thing like we thought we can convert her to something or whatever. We already know she gets paid by the court. She's an Inquisition officer. That's her position, Inquisition officer. So she's gonna talk for the Inquisition and against anything that's against the Inquisition.
No, but can I add this? Because Juju keeps talking to me. I'm trying to add it real quick. Juju brought up how that lady kept saying, she kept referencing the date of the case law that I used as if it wasn't valid. We're talking about the Constitution. That goes back to 1774 with the Articles of Confederation. So that's old as dirt.
Yeah. Older than that case she was using.
Yeah, so it's just sad. Like, it's really sad, the situation that we're in.
When they say that too, you're talking about a law that was over. I'm like, so the Constitution was written in 1787. Like, so are we not supposed to use that because it's over 100 and some years? Like, how do you make that statement? Like, come on. It killed me with that. I'm like, yo, stop saying that. And the whole thing, he was flipping Brother Jamal stuff. I was like, yo, what are you talking about? And Brother Jamal, quickly, you didn't answer my question. And I'm like, yo, thank you.
Yeah, she never addressed.
I don't want home to tell.
Right. I didn't get when she was trying to say, like, your argument was not trying to prove the right to travel. It was to show that there was a difference between the word travel and driving.
And
And she was still trying to. Oh, that has nothing. And I'm like,
to travel. She was saying right to drive. I wasn't even saying that.
Right. Yeah, wasn't even saying that. Wasn't even saying that. Wasn't even saying that.
It got too hot in the kitchen, man.
Yo,
she thought she was dealing with some she thought she was dealing with some black folks or something.
Yeah, I told the Grand Sheik that. I said she don't know whose live she on. she got the wrong live.
She thought it was that brother. She thought it was that brother that she had on her thing.
Word?
Yeah. Oh, you never. Oh, yeah. Let's pull. Oh, yeah. We'll pull that up. We'll just
hold on real quick while you do that.
Yeah.
One of her arguments for his him referencing res judicata was basically that it wasn't a Supreme Court decision. She didn't talk about the decision whether it was valid or not. Her argument was, well, it wasn't from the Supreme Court. Okay, and Article 4,
right, like what are you talking about?
Article 4, Section 1 means that you can apply that anywhere in their union. Like these people, and it's literally because of their training, their indoctrination, and part of quote unquote law school is they're not taught to think. They're just taught this. Whenever your brain starts to ticking, this is your response.
Yeah, they taught procedure.
Yeah,
right. They taught procedure. They're not talking about jurisprudence. And whole time I asked her, I said, "Where's your license to practice law at?" I'm not here to answer questions.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Yeah.
She said,
"Oh God,
wow."
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
There's so many amendments to the Constitution.
Oh God, boy.
She was trolling you.
There's no way. They're gonna be mad.
Yeah.
Then they're gonna be mad.
I can't hear you.
Islam, brother James, you there?
Islam. Man, I like the work that y'all brothers are doing. I'm still out here studying. I try and get people that's around me to, listen to y'all videos and study also. But with that sister, she sound like them sisters that I be dealing with that, man, they are in there. They are so, man, they just brain dead. And she sounds just like this sister that I talk to all the time. I be throwing the video. One of the videos that one of you brothers had posted on Instagram, she got mad. She won't even speak to me no more.
That's how it is. I was just telling the Grand Sheik that.
Big ups to all y'all brothers, man.
All right, see you more. And anybody in the chat, don't talk crazy in the chat. You know what I mean? Are you guys talking about cushions and embarrassment and all this? Don't talk crazy in the chat. Just push the link. Tell him yourself. He's right here.
I'm right here though. So let me take it down. I don't want to scare you.
Yeah, don't get.
Just push the link and then join the live feed. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, matter of fact, you stand on your square in front of anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, just push.
Embarrassment to who?
Push the link.
Chat. Don't talk crazy. Just push the link.
Push the link.
Push the button.
Don't get scared. Just push the link.
Don't disrespect nobody on the front line when I'm around. You will get slapped real quick.
Right. Push the link. That's all you got to do.
That's like right. That's like saying, hey, Kush Day, can you fight somebody for me? And then as you're punching, I'm saying, hey, why are you fighting like that? Meanwhile, you're fighting for me. Come on.
Exactly.
Let's be goddamn serious.
Push the link. That's all they got to do, man.
Yeah, and again, like you said, we're running and whatever. We're disrespecting people and we're whatever. No, we're not. We're speaking the truth. If you can't handle the truth, that's your problem.
Also,
but if you have an issue with the truth, push the link. Don't just talk crazy in the chat as if you can't push the link and we're trying to stop you from getting your point across or whatever. Bring your point here so we can dismantle it.
Also, what these attorneys do all the time is they'll talk for hours. You say 2 words, they interrupt you, and then you interrupt them back, and they say, "Oh, why are you interrupting me?"
Oh yeah,
so
she's a master. She's a master at that shit.
Yo, she did not stop talking. Did you see that?
She was a master at that.
Yeah.
I was
And then
like,
they take a
wow.
condescending tone. Well, I let you finish, and you're not letting me finish. Like, okay, you think I'm stupid?
Right.
They do it
Right.
all the time. They do it in court
Right.
all the time. They do it all the time.
That's the point. Yeah, they think all Moors are the dumb Moors that they deal with on the regular.
Right.
All Moors aren't these
Right.
dumb Moors that are out here exercising stupid stuff, getting kidnapped, try to do something, get dragged out the car, and then you're using them as the example for all Moors. You can't do that. Just like when she brought up, oh, you guys never beat no cases. What are you talking about? Go to riseofthemoors.com. We got cases up there for days that Moors beat.
And then it was, I don't believe. That's all she kept saying.
That's all she
I don't
kept saying.
believe.
That's all she kept
What'd she
saying.
say? I'll respond to your statement in turn. Like, what are we talking? What are we doing? We're playing chess.
Oh, brother Jamal.
Right. Oh yeah, she did say that. She did say that.
Hey, brother Jamal. Somebody in the chat wants to know what you were looking for in your binoculars.
That's what I was looking for. Like, this shit don't make no sense. Like, so whenever I don't want to say shit, I always reflect on me first. Like, is it me that's tripping, or is it this person? Like, she straight filibustering. And so there was a point in time where we both stated that we were in agreement to something, right? Then before she left, she stated everything we talked about is a lack of reality, which means, which would include everything she talked about.
Exactly.
Because if you're agreeing with me on the position of the Constitution, which is what we agreed to, and then you're leaving saying we're based in a lack of reality, but then you're recognizing their quasi-court, which is what came out of your mouth, which literally means the want of reality, which means the lack of reality. You got to be on. It's either you're on something, or you truly believe, like deep down inside, that these people have no negative intentions at all, and you wholeheartedly believe in the system, even though you said out of your own mouth it's not perfect.
That they're quasi,
and they're quasi, which means
that's her master,
reality,
bro.
which means fake.
Yeah, that's her master.
That's her master. You know what I'm saying?
Even though she said in her private,
she gonna do whatever she gotta do. She gonna do whatever she gotta do, say whatever she gotta say to keep her master happy with her, getting privileges. That's all she care about. She don't care about nothing else. She'll sell you out in a heartbeat. That's all she care about.
She get a check. She get paid.
She's justifying it with the fact that her master, which is the European, gives her the ability to sometimes get punishment.
Let people go home to their family. Yep, there you go.
Yeah. When they shouldn't have even been in the courtroom in the beginning,
in the first
instance.
Again,
you know what I mean?
And they had to pay for it. Believe me, she got paid.
Yeah, facts.
The court got paid. Everybody got paid.
Thousands
and then
of
they went home to their family.
That's why I told her.
Out of jail, but she's doing it for thousands of dollars. Okay.
That's what I told her. I said, that's why I told her, show your license to practice law. I'm not here to answer your questions. That right there let you know the bro got binoculars. I'm trying to find that shit too. Show me your license to practice law. Where is that in law, man?
Bro, she was talking out of her neck.
Hold up. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? Didn't she answer questions before I asked her that?
Yeah.
So why she not answering that then?
Easy. Yo, she was mad at the lasagna explanation. She was mad. Mad.
Oh yeah.
Mad.
She tried to turn that. She turned that.
She was mad. I said, yeah, that was a good one. And now you want to just add your pineapples. It don't even say nothing about it.
She added a whole recipe.
Peace, brother R.A.B.
Islam, Morris.
Islam.
Peace.
What's on your mind, Morris?
I'm in the Chicago territory, man, and I was just tripping out about what this lady was saying, man, because not even, 2 or 3 months ago, I was driving, got pulled over, 8 cars on me. I ain't give them no license, asked to see the white shirt, they brought them out. I ain't get asked for no registration, insurance, license, none of that bullshit. And I'm still here. So it's like, what are we arguing for? I mean, she's a bar member anyway. She don't know she can't speak out the truth is all I'm saying. And that's all I want to say. Peace, Morris.
Islam.
Peace. You in the shop, pull up, bro.
She also stated that she loves the transatlantic slave trade, even though I just, from memory, stated that House Resolution 0689 and 1203 stated that we're Aboriginal and indigenous to the Americas.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe she was talking about she loved when the Moors was trafficking Europeans over here. Maybe that's what she was talking about.
brother R.A.B., brother Kush is in Mecca, is in Chicago as well.
Yeah.
So
Just link up.
Put your email in the chat, and I'll get your email to him.
Link up, boy.
Yeah.
It's time to link up.
And then you know, all the people, you know, the troller, whoever that are on this, they're looking at it as if our bringing her on here is for her. Our bringing her on here was not for her. It's not to promote her, not to have some debate. No more. We only debate our equals. And you should know from our channel right now, if you hear we're bringing some attorney on here, we're bringing some black guy scholar on here, if we're bringing somebody on up here, it's for them to talk so we could kill them with facts later. It's for them it's for them to get exposed for what it is that they are. It's not to build some relation with them. Oh, well, she's in agreement with, if she was in agreement, she would have El Bede, Al or Ali on her stuff. Even though she does have L because her last name's Burrell. So she's in such denial of who she is that she's a L and she doesn't even want to be that. She wants to be U.S. Inquisitionist officer.
Yeah.
Which is what she was espousing at every turn, that she does not intend to believe anything that we're saying, trust anything that we're saying, go with anything that we're saying. She's already trained in her mind. That's what when I know after Jamal had the knife in her and he was turning the knife, talking about you thinking like you're a colonizer, you're thinking like you're a master, you're thinking like how you were taught by the bar people, and you don't want to get with the real. That's definitely a Morisco. Morisco,
that's why
hands down, 100%.
Yeah,
that's not where you want to be at in the realm of where her mind's at. And again,
that's Moors selling Moors out.
Yep. Yeah, that's the sellout.
That's why Jamal had the blade in her. I put another blade through her. That's why I told her, "Where's Blackland at?
Mm-hmm.
Where is it?" I mean, is that a belief? Like I can't believe. That's why, yo, Cujo, I hit her with the Greenland joint. I hit her with the Greenland joint.
That's my joint.
I was, it's a land called Greenland, but there's not no green people living there. So is that a belief?
Where you at? John Hansel, don't talk crazy in the chat, John Hansel. Put your link.
So
if she wrecked somebody, she wouldn't have got off here. If she was really on her game, she would have booked the afternoon off to be on here. So you're not gonna come on here on your lunch break talking about you're trying to defend something on your lunch break. It takes an hour to warm up. You're not just coming on here talking crazy from the jump. Look, and just like Brother Kush said, I sat on here for an hour listening to you to talk, lady, and you haven't said anything relative to anything competent. Nothing whatsoever.
Nothing.
So now it's time for me to talk. Oh, no, you don't want to hear what I'm saying. You're not going to answer my questions. I just had to torture myself for an hour. You really are the Inquisition. She's really the Inquisition. Had people in torture chamber for an hour before more could get something in. The hour.
Getting brainwashed.
So how is it that she says she's from Jamaica but don't know about Maroon?
Yeah, she's not a Moor.
So-called Jamaicans I speak to, they always say no cops. The same cops that they tell me that they'll shoot you in the street, blow your brains out, don't give a fuck. They don't even go to Maroon Town. Maroon Town.
Maroon. She don't know about Queen Nanny. She don't know. She never heard about Queen Nanny in her life.
Well, she probably heard, but she was in denial.
Yeah,
Nah, she probably heard, but she was like, "Well, the statute said I can't recognize that, so statutes didn't say it. I ain't gonna do it."
Oh yeah, that's right.
She probably said, I don't believe that Queen Anne existed. I don't believe that the Maroons existed.
Yeah.
That's how my
Brother Jamal did bring up the what's the name documents, the proclamations from these guys, the so-called governors or whatever. That did the proclamations. You even named those.
Yeah.
And she's still talking all this belief stuff.
Yeah, from her government.
From her government. I'm like, yo,
she
could have just came right on and started reading it.
It's because
she also said something criminal.
Then it ain't.
She also said something criminal when she was like, a statute is law. She said that. She said statutes are laws. Where's that at? Yo, Jamal, where that's at? Where's the statute from the Constitution? I said, come on, man. I've been sitting back an hour now listening to you. She said a statute is law.
Yeah.
What?
So even though
I guess she never heard by
any laws of any state, even within the Constitution, to the contrary, notwithstanding, she don't understand that part. She don't agree with that part.
Article 6. She don't know Article 6.
Those are Moorish beliefs.
So she don't know.
I'm glad you told her she was Perry.
What you say?
Because she was cherry chicken. When you told her she was cherry picking, I was like, yup, that's exactly what she's doing. To cherry pick the Constitution to fit her treasonous acts.
And she didn't pick the whole cherry. She picked the cherry and it took the stem off and threw the cherry away. Like, what are you doing? What are we doing?
Playing games, man. She playing ring around the roses and shit. Ain't nobody got time for that, man.
Justifying her treasonous behavior like the SS Germans did. Well, we're just following the statutes and the orders and the codes and the ordinance of the Nazi state of Germany.
That's what I called out on. I called her a traitor. I called her a traitor. You a traitor. You commit treasonous activity. You're a traitor, fam. To her face. So anybody in the chat,
she worked for them. And then gonna try to tell Brother Jamal he's the enemy. And it's like, no, you get paid by the enemy. Like, how could you say that? How can the guy who's the rapist
you're charging your people
go around calling people rapists? It's you
robbing it.
The rapist is going around saying we need to stop raping people. What? Brother, you the rapist. What did you mean? It's you.
Crazy.
It's you.
Right.
Yeah, that had me.
You remember that movie? You remember that movie, Devil's Advocate? Remember that movie, Devil's Advocate? Keanu Reeves, Al Pacino.
Yeah.
Keanu Reeves, he knew that old boy was fondling them little girls doing that. Remember that? And he still defended that criminal dude, that rapist dude. That's who she is, though.
Yep.
Like anybody that's like that, they know they committing criminal crimes, G.
Yeah.
They don't care about that.
They're still arguing statutes to justify it.
First of all, you're a vampire in the daytime.
They know what they're doing wrong. They gonna keep doing it though. Moors got to stand up. Period.
It's just sad when, I don't know, like when I was in the Marines, right? It's exactly what I told her. I had a fucking good heart, but I was ignorant, and that's exactly what's going on. I can't say that she's a straight. I mean, she is an op, but I'm not gonna say she's like a known op. You know what I mean? Like she's a programmed one, just like I was.
Yeah.
And hopefully this conversation just blew up her fucking pineal gland, and she wakes up one day, goes to court, and says, "You know what? I can't do this no more. I'm gonna sell out. I gotta go fucking reevaluate my life." Because it's like for every 10,000 of our people that get sent to jail unlawfully or have to pay these crazy fines, she's looking at the 2 or 3 that the Europeans let her get off, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I'm making a fucking big change for the niggers in the U.S." Like, what are you talking about? Like this documentary is
still being able to go get her hair and nails done, pay for her, car notes and all of that off of the strength of Negroes, blacks, and colors going to jail. She's defending them. Like, come on.
And this documentary is proving that the U.S. unlawfully sends our people to jail for shit they didn't do. Like almost every month, there's a new documentary of some old case of some niggers going to jail for some shit they didn't do, and you're justifying it based off statutes that the Democratic Party established after they overthrew the lawful government, and you're justifying it.
Right.
Like, how do you not? Because remember, she didn't object to any of that. What I read from the library,
Yeah.
Which means it stands. Which means you know
running around. Yep.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
She said
justifying it.
She said right. She said right. When you mentioned that part about it, the union overthrowing, she said right. Like she agreed. I heard her, and I was like, okay, so what's the issue? What's the issue?
Yeah. That's
like, Brother Basso. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, peace, brothers, peace. Man, I'm thankful for all of y'all. Man, say this right here made my day right here. I ain't gonna even lie. I was really tripping out Cuz when he asked her about you know what I'm saying, her status, because she freaked out. You know what I'm saying, and I was waiting for that. But the main thing that was really getting me, she kept hollering about the courts, and I'm like, what courts? You know what I'm saying? There ain't no courts on this land, man. Those are all banks. You know what I'm saying? What you talking about? You know, and it was something else, man, but I kind of lost my train of thought. But I just want to tell you, brothers, man, peace and love, man, and blessings to all y'all for what y'all doing for the nation. And hopefully we get the link up here real soon, man.
Islam more.
Islam more.
This is what it's about. You know what I mean? With us. You know what I mean? We're using clickbait by calling these people on and all that stuff, but it's for Moors to get together and exchange energy and all that. We don't care less about these people debating them or whatever. It's irrelevant.
Oh yeah, man. I crush attorneys, man. They won't even let me in courts no more, y'all. No lie, they won't even let me in. Every time I tell them to say, usually I don't submit to it, but I already know how to go in and get out of it. They say, don't even worry about it, Mr. Bass. Why not? I mean, y'all want to argue these facts. But I know they can't argue fact. You know what I'm saying? That's part of the corporate constitution. They can't argue fact. They can only go on opinion. That's why she kept telling Jamal, well, the way I said she kept coming with opinions. I'm like, man, this man asked you a straight up fact. And I had to, go off in my head, man. She can't debate that because she knows she gonna get in trouble. Because just like all of us watching this, they watching her right now because she let them know, hey, I'm going on here with these Moors. So that's why when Chris said what she said, she shut straight down. I can't get into this debate because if I do, I'm gonna get in trouble because then it's gonna show that I know what's going on and I'm down with it. So the best way is to just play. You know what I'm saying? I can't go on this public platform and say, you know, hey, you know what I'm saying? Well, you know, I come from so and so, whatever the case may be, because as soon as she does it, she done exposed all of them. Because now you just exposed a conspiracy. So that's why every time she said that, I mean, that was brought up, I don't have to answer you. Now you've been talking to everybody else, answer the man.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Every time you get brought up on a fact, that's why I ask when I go in there, hey man, listen, is this a court of law or is this a court of statutes? Because if it's a statutes, I don't need to be here because this ain't got nothing to do with me. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, but I like that whole little old show. At first, I was about to lay it down because I was like, oh man, she just arguing. But when y'all start hitting over the head, man, that made my day. I would laugh my ass off. But anyway, man, y'all have a good one, man. Peace in Islam, brothers. Keep it up.
Peace, more.
Peace.
Hold on.
I like to state for the record.
Hold on.
I want to put something on the record. Treason is a violation of the United States Republic Constitution, Article 2, Section 6, and Article 3, Section 3, supported by the following United States Code. This day code. Title 18, Part 1, Chapter 115, Subsection 2381, treason. It states, whoever owing allegiance to the United States levies war against them or adheres to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort within the United States or elsewhere, is guilty of treason and shall suffer death, or shall be in prison not less than 5 years and confined under this title, but not less than 10,000, and shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States. And in 1950, the 81st Congress investigated. The Lawyers Guild, she said she was an attorney, and determined that the Bar Association is founded and ran by communists under definition. Thus, any elected official that is a member of the bar will only be loyal to the bar and not the people.
Also, with that being said, anyone promoting the democracy or a quote unquote democratic republic is also committing treason, because in the Daily Register from 1864, it is proof that the democracy is against the Constitution. That's why they did a coup, which is an internal overthrow, which is literally treasonous. Also, second point is issues of law supersede issues of facts. She never addressed any issues of law that I brought up. She only wanted to talk about facts, which is what attorneys do. This is what judges do. They never want to talk about issues of law, because once they start debating issues of law, they have to hold themselves in contempt, which they're not going to do. That's most people don't want to admit that they're wrong. And that's true, because we're still dealing with humans. Just because they speak with what appears to be a higher vocabulary, we're still dealing with humans. That's why she got real upset by me calling her a house nigger. That's why she said, well, I got so many niggers out of jail, what do? You're the house nigger, because I was touching buttons.
Yeah,
because
we
know our spirit knows we're wrong, so you know what I mean.
And lied though, because she lied and said that you don't help. You actually send people to jail. Like, she lied. That was a lie. She lied when she said that.
Yeah.
Told her she's a liar.
Yeah.
She didn't want to hold.
She made accusations. She made false accusations.
The only time I've sent people to jail was we were getting them more out. So we had to go there to get them more out. So that's the only time I sent anybody to jail.
Facts.
She just blatantly lied. Just lied. And I was yelling it. I'm like, oh, she's lying now. That's slander. You're just slandering the Moor like that. Like, you just slandered them.
Yeah, because I was trying to tell her, like, you're being a house nigger without trying to be disrespectful, because y'all already know I can be disrespectful as fuck. And I was trying not to be, but like everything that was spewing out her mouth was Samuel Jackson and Django. Like, how do you not see that?
Yeah.
Like, how do you not see it?
That's why I came in there clean on that. I didn't come in there playing well. I came in there respectful, but I'm not finna entertain that, because I already been getting noise pollution for an hour now. So I'm not.
You see how she never responded to the colonization part? I said, that they're colonists that came over here. Never one time did she acknowledge colonists. Not one time. She stayed all the way away from that. Grand Sheik brought that.
Sorry, 1 sec. You might as well get this in there, because hold on.
She was talking crazy.
She was running a whole agent op program down. The buzzwords is
here goes the agent op right here. Here goes the agent op right here.
I thought she was back for round 2. I was like, oh shit, she's ready.
I'm about to go ham, G.
No, she's live right now. She's
live. I thought she had to go to work.
I knew she lied when she said it. When she said it, I knew she was lying. I said she's lying.
Wait, lying ass out of here.
How is she a defense lawyer?
I knew she was lying when she said it.
Court's open right now. What is she doing?
Shouldn't she be on somebody helping somebody on a Zoom or something?
Shouldn't she be in court filing motions to help get her clients out?
I
already know. Based on COVID, there's a bunch of more sitting in jail, and their dates keep getting pushed back. So how come she's not filing shit like that?
That's a fact.
Hey, is she gonna go through her client and lie and talk about, I was working hard on your case? No, you wasn't. You was on YouTube. You was on YouTube.
Messing with more.
You was on YouTube.
That's all. You was on YouTube. You was on YouTube talking about the Moors, right? Yeah.
Talking about the Moors. You must defending my case.
That's not funny. Her clients are sitting in jail and she's over here fucking around on YouTube.
Yeah,
exactly.
Habeas corpuses. What are you doing?
Right.
Speedy trial. What's up with speedy trial? Get your clients out of jail, sitting in jail 8 months at a time.
Speedy trial. Yo, Jamal. No.
Right. No victim on the for a crime, but they ain't sitting in jail.
No, those are Moor's beliefs. It's not in the Constitution.
Yeah, those are beliefs. Those are beliefs.
Nowhere.
That's not the fact.
Nowhere.
That's not the fact.
You know what's crazy? Literally, the word "un" means not, and constitutional means constitutional. So the word unconstitutional just means not in the Constitution. So literally, if it's not in the Constitution, it's unconstitutional.
It's unconstitutional. There's no debate. It's no debate. Literally, no debate.
Nope.
She's trying to make
her
democracy
definition was all opinion. When she gave a definition of unconstitution, it was opinion. I said, "Yo, she's just talking."
Yep.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
That's not how this works.
And then when she said quasi, I was like, "Oh yeah, she's drugging and bugging."
Yeah.
I was like, "You heard me, right?" I came off and she said quasi. Like, did you just say that? I was shocked. I was like, "Okay, it's over." Like,
yeah,
you're not gonna just say that.
You know what she's doing? You know what she's doing? I should have pulled the definition of Negro out.
Look at her shucking and jiving.
That's what I should have done. I should have pulled out the definition of a Negro.
Hold on. Let's just get some sucking and driving. Hold on. Let's just see what she's saying over here.
Whatever you
hold up, Joe.
Yeah.
Today?
Say that again.
Didn't she say to you that she only had an hour?
Yeah. She only had an hour. Yeah.
So this is what she doing for her free time?
Yeah. This is.
Meanwhile, somebody locked.
It's 2 hours. She an hour and 3 minutes late.
She don't want to free her clients.
Right. Some of her clients. Her clients know. Do her clients know that she in there going live?
Laughing around.
Said, when we break.
And they probably paid already. So this is what she doing with somebody else's bread.
Yep, half up front.
And let me trigger it off on.
Somebody get Jamal.
Right.
He's tripping half up front.
Hey, bro, you know it's the truth.
Straight up.
They don't even enter their half up. What are you talking about?
All right.
Half up front.
I can't. She muted.
Nah, yeah, I'm putting her on now.
Next time, have a neutral channel hold the debate. I think that's a great idea, and I'll try to find a neutral channel. Someone who maybe.
Hold on, pause real quick, please.
A friend of mine. I was trying to get my friend to try to do that, but he's my friend, so that wouldn't be neutral. And I know he would be neutral, but they wouldn't trust him to be neutral. That was not the right expectation that it would be like fair. Can't make sense out of nonsense. Absolutely. Absolutely. At this point, they're irrational. Irrational go down from there. Who said that? Kit 190. Absolutely. You are right. You really need to ask Schrodinger's cat to be a moderator. I think you're right. I think he would be great, but I don't know if he's neutral. But maybe they would like to have him because he's got a big channel. Maybe it'd be good exposure for them to spread their nonsense.
You think we do it for exposure?
Yeah, we're not about this for exposure. For anybody watching or anybody listening, we don't care about views. We don't care about thumbs ups. We don't care about likes. We don't care about hearts. We don't care about any of that BS. Zero. You're either studying so you know this information, or you're probably dumb nigger like her. Those are the options. You're either studying and you already know this, and this is nothing that we got to debate. There's nothing to debate. Either you know this information or you work for the other side who's trying to keep this information from the people. And if you work on the other side, we already care. We don't need your likes. Keep your likes. Give it to her. We don't need them.
And can I add real fast, right? If you don't comprehend what we're talking about, it doesn't matter what we say to her, it's going to go over your head.
Yeah.
So that's why we talk about issues of law over issues of facts, because they're only going to argue the facts, and not even facts based on truth. They're going to argue their quote unquote facts based on what the colonists told them, which is also what the colonists are telling you. So of course their argument is going to support your already predetermined belief. So there is not going to be a fair or whatever moderator in regards to this issue, because they're two separate, completely separate positions. One, our position is not submission, and her argument is submission. So the moderator is either going to be on our side or her side.
How do you moderate rape and murder? How do you moderate rape and murder? What are you talking about? It's rape and murder, colonization, stolen land, and we're moderating
genocide.
About we need to moderate.
You can't moderate genocide.
Or we need exposure. That's that stuff. That's that BS crap. That, like, what are you talking about? That's Eurocentric thinking. Like your whole everything to your core, Eurocentric thinking. Like everything. Like the brother Jamal was saying earlier. Oh, you got tricked very well in school. Like he picked up on that quick. Like, oh yeah, your thinking has been tricked. Like, oh yeah, you're good. They got you. Like the prophet said with the hula hoop train. Like you're great. Jumping through that hula hoop. She's perfect.
Noble Drew Ali called them educated fools. That's what she is. She's an educated fool.
And again,
the longer they defend their jumping.
Yep. And don't take this as some the Moors against the sister and all that BS. No, she works for the Inquisition. She works for the Inquisition. She works for the people who are making you take vaccines right now. She works for the people making sure your children are being inoculated right now. She works for the people who's making sure that your children get pepper sprayed and make sure that your children get hogtied in the back of police cars. That's who she works for. So don't think that this is against her thing. We don't have any issue with her. We already know she's an officer of the court. That's why we asked her on here, because we already know that there's a line they're not going to cross when it comes to this info. There's a line that they are not going to go over. They're going to tiptoe the line the best of their ability, so whoever doesn't look at them as being against the Inquisition.
Their handler.
Because
they probably called her as soon as she got off the show. They called her ass and told her to log on there and go live. Forget about your court cases for the whole day. They told her to forget about all your cases for the day. We want you on there to clear everything up now. So that's why she went live again.
Yep.
I put that in a high probability rate that she just did that. On God.
Even though she said she got job to do. She got job. She was on lunch, but she's on here talking with more. Islam, brother B. Brother R.A.B., peace. Maybe he pushed it by accident. You pushed it by accident? Brother B, you're on. Oh, yeah, I guess so. All right.
Her job is to manipulate. That's her job. Get somebody to look like us.
It's crazy because she's a perfect example of why the blacks say, well, the historical Moors sold out the blacks. It's her. People like her in that mindset of justifying the same system that gives police paid time off after they murder the people that she claims to care about.
Exactly.
So it's not about well, I'm just in the system to fight against it. No, you're in the system, period.
You're part of the Inquisition. That's what you're part of.
Come on.
She's part of that. All you gotta do is go right there. This is what really I seen right there. Her mind was gone. I forgot which Moor brought it up, but they brought up the fact that of status. And she said, we're not talking about status. She said, somewhere around we weren't talking about status. That's status is everything. What are you talking about?
Yeah, she was
The
because
rights, duties, and capacities and incapacities. What are you talking about?
yeah, and she was making a frivolous argument that she was literally using status to argue against status. Like,
how that
her
shit work?
argument was government don't have power over the people. And she said, well, yeah, if they commit a crime, like
Wow.
obviously that's a separate status, you idiot.
Right, goofy
like
ass.
saying, like obviously, bro, Kush Day, I don't have jurisdiction over you. But if you step in my house, that's a different status.
Right.
Now I'm gonna say whatever I want in my house.
That shit crazy.
It's I don't know if they sprinkle crack in their food. I don't know what's going on.
They got that good Inquisition. Hey, they got them good Inquisition perks.
She
they
said
got
she
perks,
loved this transatlantic slave trade. She loved it. What?
She said
loves
what?
it, bro.
Yeah,
What she said?
Loves it.
Because
She
remember, she
loves
said, I
it.
love being black. I love
Right
black
before
history.
she got off. Right before she got off. She loves she loves being black. She loves the slave.
Wow. I ain't hear her say that shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That let you know. That let you know what she loved. She loved doing her job as to be an Inquisitionist, fam. She
Think about
loved
this,
that
right?
shit.
Think about this. Think about
Just
this.
as you said that.
Think about this. You're packed
Go
on
ahead,
the
Mark.
ship like a sardine, sweating and shitting on yourself, and you hear one of the niggers say, "Oh, I love this." What?
Yeah.
She gone, G. Her mind is gone. She colonized. She got to get out.
This is what she can't get out of. An officer of the Spanish Inquisition, legal work.
Yep.
Inquisitors were certified, university-trained lawyers, and as such, they were required to keep on top of their game in this regard. Being an official in the Spanish Inquisition had its advantages, be they financial or social, as well as in terms of power and influence. However, it also left them open to resentment and conflict from their neighbors and the subjects, and as such, they always had to be on their guard.
I bet you she got a European husband.
That was her, right?
Yep. That was that. They got perks. But they're despised by their own people. Yo, why do you think don't nobody hold up? Why do you think don't nobody like nobody who you know likes police? How
Firemen.
come everybody right? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm finna say. Everybody respects the firemen. Everybody respects the firemen. Everybody respects the postal worker. Nobody respects attorneys and police. That's for a reason. I don't know nobody don't like a fireman. They save lives. Who police lives save? Who they save? Who do attorneys save?
Their pockets. Half up
They
front.
pockets. Hit them with the emoji.
They're not even gonna enter an appearance on your behalf without half up front unless they're court appointed, which means they're already paid.
Facts, man.
Already.
You think they care about you?
And she working for him with a smile on her face. She said, I love doing this. Wow.
I love it.
She loves it.
She's not going to mention how many court cases she lost, though. She's not going to mention how many court cases she lost and her client went to prison, though.
She ain't going to throw them numbers out.
Because when that happens, she's going to say, well, that's just the justice system. Oh. So now it's not your fault. So when you win, that's on you. Oh, you did a great job. Not the justice system being fair. Nope, it's you winning. But when you lose, oh no, it's they did it. The judge was just that was a hard judge. By God.
Yeah.
That's that same shit that Benjamin Crump said. Remember he said that? He said, well, this just the way the justice system works about Breonna Taylor. He said that shit, bro.
Yep. Trying to save your soul with lies. It ain't gonna work.
It ain't gonna work. You cannot you cannot serve two masters. You either gonna be with the light or the dark. That's it. It ain't complicated. Yep. And what do the Quran say? What does the Quran? What does the Bible? What does the Quran say? They both are two different books, but they have the same logic and knowledge. You will be rewarded if you fight in the name of Allah. What do the Bible say? What did it say in all the chapters? You defend yourself and your family in the name of God. Or you gonna submit to who? So you saying you gonna submit to somebody that's man? You gonna pray to God, but then you gonna submit to man? What kind of hypocrisy is that, fam?
It's because the picture of their God looks like them. So they make the association like, oh, you got pale skin? Yeah, that's what my God looks like.
Facts, man.
Facts. Just want to send a shout out to Hanzo in the chat talking crazy but won't push the link. Honors to him or her or it or whatever is behind that.
Is it it?
Whoever's behind that channel.
It's ma'am. It's ma'am.
Push the button, bot.
I need the right pronouns, you know what I mean? We don't want to make anybody feel like we're talking against their sexuality and stuff like that.
Well, I identify as a fish, so put some respect on that. Damn, I should have told I wasn't more. I'm a fish, so you talk about fish beliefs, so don't talk to me about no more.
Oh yeah, shout out to Angela too, Angela Diane, who's in here being a coward, won't push the link but talk crazy
Push
in
the
the
link,
chat.
man. Push the link. All you gotta do is push the link. How are they in this chat right now? They watching what we doing, but why don't they participate and push the link button? You already watching, so participate. So you can get your ass fried. Push the button.
No, they never push that button. Never.
They can't, because you know how like when you try to log into PayPal, it says, "Are you a robot?" They don't want to lie on the record. I don't think.
Are you a robot?
Islam, brother Malik.
Islam, family. Islam. I had to come in here. I had to come in here and say my piece, man. Like Kush, boy, you a fool, boy. You a fool, boy. Man, I be loving to hear my brother Kush talk, man. Like Kush be cooking them, boy. I swear he do. Like for real. But man,
I be chilling though. Man. I be chilling.
Boy, you be frying them, boy. You be frying, and it be with simple stuff. Like, see, the stuff that Kush be saying is the same thing like that I be doing on my broadcast, like out here. I'm the only active Moor in my territory out here in Charlotte, North Carolina. I don't see no other Moors putting it down the way that y'all do in the way that I do. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just funny trying to get people to really understand the concepts of nationality. Like, when you talk to incompetent people, they always keep mixing facts with opinions. With, oh, everybody got an opinion, but these are facts though. We're giving you the sources. We giving you everything that you can show and prove. That's how you know, like the brother said before, that they are 501c3 agreements, because we all grown here. None of us are children. All of us can pick up the same book and see the same definition of something or the same terminology. They try to act like it don't exist, and then try to associate the facts that we presenting with, oh, them beliefs, y'all believe. How? So you mean to tell me the grass being green on the ground is a belief? That's like what the brother was saying about the lasagna. I wanted to get in at that part in the that's like, I use that same analogy. That's like you going to the store to buy some Jordans and you get Reeboks in the box, and then they tell you, oh well, they still a pair of shoes. So does it make it right or wrong that they gave you Reeboks? You didn't get what you paid for. That's turning your right into a mere privilege. And that's the concept that these Moors, or should I say Moriscos, don't understand. You know what I'm saying? And it's like you literally have to beat them over the head to get it through their head. And it's funny, man. That's why I just sit back. I love when y'all come on here, man. I love when y'all school these people, because it's not to make fun of these people or to quote unquote disagree with them. It's really to school Moors that don't read, is to school Moriscos that think they know it all. When they come in here and see somebody that they look up to like they know it all and see them get cooked with facts and they can't present facts, then who you gonna run to? Then who you gonna run to?
Or hiring a lawyer at that point.
Exactly. Which they don't, that shows you right there they don't read, because if they really read like they say, they'll see that attorneys are officers for the court. They have nothing to do with you. They work for them.
Facts.
And everything, all of those occupations, I done explained this plenty of time, is de facto. People do not know what that word de facto mean. They hear it, but they don't know what it means. I keep trying to show them. I'm like, okay, if something is known, but it hasn't been officially sanctioned, that means it's not valid. It's not valid. So if it's not valid, you can't use it.
Facts.
Islam,
Yeah,
brother.
man.
Islam.
Oh yeah. I'm finna fall back and get back into the chat. I just had to come on here and say my piece, man, and peace up, you big brothers, man.
Brother Malik, Islam, you're doing better than these people in the chat talking crazy and won't push the link. The honors to you, more pushing the link.
Islam, family. Islam.
Islam, boy.
Islam Moors.
How you doing, man?
I go by, my appellation is I Cheers Bay, and I'm young in this, but I just want to come in and share, show some love to you brothers, because I've learned a lot, just by watching your live, and learn which books to order, and I'm down here in the territory of Atlanta. I haven't really met any Moors here yet, but I'm just staying diligent, studying and sharing the knowledge that I obtained with other sleeping Moors, is what I call them, because I feel like them, I had no one to tell me anything. So, I started from scratch. And, now that I have the knowledge that I have, I don't hesitate to share. I don't hesitate to change the literature. I don't hesitate to change the lingo that we speak, and I just want to, I got that courage from you brothers. And I thank y'all for that, and I thank, I honor the prophet and all of the elders before me, and I just, want to come on and spread some love and tell you brothers, keep fighting the good fight, and, and I'll be here with you, holding hand.
Islam.
Thank you.
Islam.
There's one of
Islam.
I was gonna put this one up. I just want to put, if you're watching the screen right now, I just put up somebody who just came in, Del Sur something or the other. They had our entire belief system is predicated on falsehoods and victim mentality. Watch out for these people.
That's crazy.
So, can I make a quick statement?
Victim.
Can I make a quick statement real fast? So, if you're reading a book,
yes, more good,
and you come across a sentence and you don't know what one of the words mean, then you don't have the full context of that sentence. Same thing with law. We're just throwing out driving and traveling, and we don't know specifically what they mean. Then we don't comprehend the status or the standing or condition of the sentence or the conversation. So to avoid that, it is literally a disservice to basic intellectual foundation. You know what I mean? It's to just bypass words you don't know, or to just assume your own connotative definition of the word without actually looking it up. How can you go on any platform and start arguing if you don't even comprehend the words that you're using? That's like me trying to have a conversation with my wife's grandmother who only speaks Spanish, and I don't know that much Spanish. I can't say nothing. I got to just sit there like a dumbass.
Right.
You know what I mean? Unless I start assuming, okay, so you want me to take the goldfish out of the oven and put hot sauce on it because I don't know what you're saying. You know what I mean?
Right.
And her entire argument of literally, well, you're arguing the right to drive, and the court said that There is no fundamental right to drive. We never said right to drive. We said right to travel.
Yeah.
Because when you use the word drive, you're adding context to it. That context is the status. That status is commerce. That's not what we're talking about.
Yo, Jamal.
Yeah.
Remember how we was talking about before, bro? Is it called? I'm gonna ask everybody on the live feed. Is it called the laws of the road, or is it known as the rules of the road?
Laws.
Rules. Rules. It's not laws. That right. Just keep it simple. It's not called the laws of the road. It's called the rules. Rules do not apply to Moorish American nationals.
The rules that come with driving.
Also, remember, we stated Cruden versus Neal. She never objected it. Cruden versus Neal states that all men are independent of all laws except those prescribed by nature. He is not bound by any institutions formed by his fellow men without his consent. She never objected to that. Because you can. What are you going to say, no? Okay, that's your belief.
Please, Brother Khalif, Islam.
Islam, soldier. Islam, nobles.
Islam.
What you got on your mind?
Nobles.
Islam.
Everything. All I know is that my country is under occupation. And I want these people to go home. Go back to where they came from.
Yep.
That's all I know.
Simple as that.
That's enough. As far as I'm concerned.
Simple as that. Islam, more give thanks for chiming in.
Cool Joe.
Peace.
I'm talking about if somebody if we go to something known as she said whoever wrote that comment, they mentioned something about us being victims. So this is for that person and anybody who else think like that colonized mindset. Is it the wife's fault or is it the abuser's fault if that person keeps beating them? Is it the abuser's fault or is it the wife's fault for staying there continuing to take the abuse, thinking that one day this abusive relationship
one day
it's gonna change. One day it's gonna change that this abuser is physically, emotionally abusing me. One day, that's the colonized mindset. This is not a victim.
Wait, time out.
Wait,
time out. They'll say one day it's gonna change, and then they'll say things don't change overnight.
Right. Like how much do you gotta get the shit beat out you before you realize this person is abusing me mentally and physically? How much shit you gotta get kicked out you? It's not a victim.
Hold on, one of them might have pushed the link. Hold on, let's just see. One of them might have pushed it. Let's just see.
And you come in there with the Kermit the Frog face.
You're on.
Kermit the Frog face.
Hey, folks.
Kermit. You there, Kermit?
Yes, I am.
All right. Anything to add to the conversation?
So you're the one guys who told me to come on. Let's see, Natalie.
No, you're talking crazy in the chat. So.
Yeah, Natalie presenting you the facts. You want to talk about the truth. The truth is you're talking a lot of bullshit.
Where's your facts at?
Let's ask this question. What's your nationality? What's your nationality?
What do you mean by nationality?
Mr. Dre, what's your nationality? Yeah, what's your nationality? Oh, you,
Eastern.
Mr. Dre?
You got an opinion and you don't know your nationality?
Eastern.
Where are your parents from?
Middle East.
You said Eastern?
Middle Eastern.
Middle East.
Where's that? Where's that?
Middle East. Where's Middle Western at?
The flag.
Where's
the flag does Middle Western come with?
What is the landmass that your parents come from?
You guys don't know what the Middle East is? You guys don't know what the Middle East, Saudi Arabia,
what country
UAE,
are you from?
UAE, dumbass. UAE.
UAE is not a country. What is your bloodline?
Dumbass. What country are you from? You don't know?
Can't even have the conversation.
Saudi Arabia, boy.
Man, I think.
Arabia, boy.
Hey man, get him off. He got first off, he got Kermit the Frog with a beard.
I think I know what that is. I know what that is.
You angry about
It
Kermit
sound
the
like
Frog?
it sounds
You on
like
drugs,
CIA,
son?
MK Ultra stuff, and he was like drugged up or something like that. So
Yeah, he definitely
don't be
doped
too hard on
up.
him. He's got mental problems.
Drugging and bugging. You call him that?
Yeah.
Don't you call him that, Jamal? Drugging and bugging?
Yeah, he's sneaking and geeking. That's what he's doing.
Yep.
He's sneaking and geeking. He's sneaking and geeking.
Hold on. Wait.
He stopped singing the
Group
song.
of people. Someone goes off somewhere behind the building, and they come back tweaking. That's him, sneaking and geeking.
Yeah, he a tweaker. He a tweaker.
Yo. You said what's his nationality? He said what's that? What? Wait, what?
He said what's that?
What'd you say, boy? Sneaking and geeking. Sneaking and geeking. Yeah.
You ain't even public with it. You sneaking off somewhere, doing your dope and coming back tweaking.
Talking about sneaking and geeking. He a dope head.
Brother Salim, you got something there more? To see you on here.
Oh, peace, Morris. Yeah, I just wanted to come on and say, well, first off, thank you for all the knowledge y'all dropped. We appreciate it. You know, a lot of us, well, I speak for myself. I didn't know Jamal until after I had gone through my court case by myself. And I wish that I had had that information, you know. But with the experience that I was able to have, I didn't have a turban or a fez. I just had the knowledge. I was still making them shake. So I would say, or offer up the opinion that to any new Moors that are coming into it, you're already way more powerful than you know just by existing. You know, like, they're criminals. I had to tell the prosecutor because he would keep calling me Burrell. I told him, I am Salim Bey. Speak to me properly or don't. And I spun on my heel and left. He never did that to me again. So it was really, they just wanted to put pressure on you. I had cops standing around me to scare me. And I just kept standing on my square. Nah, this is what it is. And we went for 6 months. I got tired of it. Yeah. So I would say, like, just to be quick, keep doing what you're doing, because we're watching, and honestly, y'all were very inspirational, you know. And Jamal, like, from me to you, brother, I appreciate what you've done. I've watched literally every single of your videos. I've been watching you for like a year, just watching everything you've said, and you've remained honorable each time. Even when you were wrong, you'll laugh about it and be like, oh, all right, fuck it, I'm wrong, all right. But I respect that because most people don't. And all these motherfuckers running out here misleading our people and treating them like lemmings jumping off a cliff, you know, here you are still the same person, you know, when you didn't have to be. You know, I know a little bit, and I know that I could sneak my people and take all their bread if I wanted. You know, so it takes honorable people to respect knowledge and continue to be honorable in the face of all the bullshit and in the face of the things that you personally go through. So, like, honors. And honors you, Cujo, honors you, Kush, honors everybody. Just keep learning. Let's keep standing together, because I've seen the power of nationality. I'm out here in Tejas, ancient Mauritania, and very few people walking around in fezzes or turbans, you know. But if it's only got to be me out here, I'm not tripping. And there are honorable Moors out here. We just need to continue building and rebuilding the trust that it seems that we all lost in one another. You know, I had a Moor talk. I was talking to him about the Constitutional Convention coming up in Rhode Island, and he said to me, you know, man, I just hope it works, because, I mean, what if it doesn't? And I was like, well, we got to contribute the bodies anyways, because what if it does work? And even if it doesn't work, does that mean stop building the nation? No, we're on our way to coming back. You know what I'm saying? So let's just keep doing it. I just had it on my heart to say, you know, people trip me out about the law and stuff like that. I've stood against judges and I've told judges to be quiet because they themselves said they wouldn't interrupt people, but want to interrupt me. Nah, bruh. So we just got to continue to have the backbone that is instilled within our genes. You know, so Islam Wars, I humbly step out. I'm enjoying the building. Just keep being y'all, man. Peace.
Peace, more. Give thanks. Brother Nabsi. What's good, Mark?
What's going on, Islam? Peace, brothers, peace.
I love it. Hey, I love it when the Moors who aren't on this side and have history and lineage from some other planet come on here and put our stuff on the record for us, since nobody wants to listen to us. So I want you to get whatever you got on your chest, boy.
I just want to, just pay my respects to y'all, brother. That's all it is. And it was just funny. I wanted to bring up another thing that that sister had brought up. She said it doesn't matter if they right or wrong. I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait, what? So then what are we arguing? What are we debating here? If it's not right or wrong, what are you talking about? I was like so dumbfounded, like just blown. I said, okay, yeah, she doing this for clout or something. Cause then she went to her page and created this whole scenario that never happened. So I just wanted to tell y'all, man, we appreciate y'all. Keep doing what y'all doing, and it's known worldwide. I mean, if they want to bring up any book they want to bring up, there's books that are a lot more ancient than that, and it's our people all around the world, people. If I didn't open my mouth, nobody in here opens their mouth, and we just had like everybody from around the world guess where we're from, they couldn't tell you. They could not tell you. So let's not get it twisted. And another thing, for you guys that are confused, everybody that is an Aboriginal around the world is melanated. Y'all not, how does that not get into your head? And then understand, like, a lot of people around the world, not all of them are hip to this too, because most of the systems and structures are built the same. They're all built and ran the same. So a lot of the information that they're getting is so misled. It's so misled, so, but I'm not trying to take up no more time. Peace, brothers. I appreciate y'all. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing, and I'm in the comments killing them.
It's love. It's love. I wanted to ask. I wanted to put this up to the Moors. Sister Sunny in the chat was saying that how this is going and swearing and it might turn people off of this and whatever. How we dealt with this individual, or how we dealt with the content that was discussed. What's your thoughts on how we dealt with it? Were we going overboard laughing at people? Should we not be laughing at people? Should people not be getting cussed out? We got to talk to them all polite or whatever like that. Like, how are you looking at this? Anybody could go ahead.
So someone said we challenge people to come on here and then kick them off, but that Kermit the Frog dude was like moaning on here. We're not here for that. So he didn't just get kicked off just because we're like, oh, he's fighting us and we're losing. He was moaning. That you want to hear that, or do you want information? Because we said, what's your nationality? He said East. Oh, that's a direction. That's not an identity. So what do you want? That's like you going to the hospital and you saying, I want the best brain surgeon here, and then they send in one of the nurses. You're just going to accept that? Okay. I won't. But that's what you want. Go somewhere else. I know Cujo don't do that around here. I don't do that on my platform, and I know Kush they don't do that on his, and I know all of these Moors don't do that where they're at. They don't accept subpar shit. We should have a standard, and just because we're laughing when someone says something crazy, or we're making faces when someone says something crazy, you should react like that. You just want us to accept when people say crazy shit as if it's true and that's acceptable. Like, oh yeah, you can just lie and say whatever you want and we're not going to say anything. You think that being in your higher self is just talking in the same tone? Is that what you think? Because if that's what you think, you're wrong. Because if If you think being in your higher self is talking like this in Islam and not cursing and not laughing, well, then Jesus was not in his higher self because he got angry and he flipped over the table of the people robbing the people, and he was punching people in the face.
And you know he was cussing them out. You know he was cussing them out. He ain't not flipping no tables talking about hallelujah, have a nice day. There's no way. Like, right? And with regard to engaging in discussion in a respectful manner and kind and loving and all that, you do that with your family. When you have traitors in your ranks, when you have sellouts, when you have inquisitionists, when you have people who are taking a position of violating my rights and standing up for institutions that are violating the rights of the people, you can't be kind to those people. You can't expect a criminal to not rob you because you told him kindly, don't rob me. Oh, don't rob. Oh, please don't rob me, sir. And no, it's not going on like that. It's not happening. So we get it. But if you want to learn and all that stuff, then you're not going to be on a video called Moors versus whoever to go learn. This is going to be a Shimitar session. This is going to be put you on the wall, stone you. Talk crazy. Say something crazy again, or we'll cut your foot off. Say something crazy again. Cut your hand off. Say something crazy again. I bet you say nothing crazy after that, which is why we deal with it like this on this. This is a versus thing. But don't get it twisted that we're versusing anybody. This is no real versus. This was a Hulk smash just for Moors to, to hit the piñata. Everybody likes to hit the piñata. Everybody likes to hit the piñata. You give anybody a stick and put a piñata, I bet you they're swinging. Right? So don't look at it, you know what I mean? Like, we don't have 3,000 other videos that you can't use to wake up your family with. Right? Or that Jamal's, you're not going to go on his website, riseofthemoors.org, and you're not going to go there and learn because all you're seeing there is, F this and F that and niggers, and you're not seeing that on his website. That's not there. You know what I mean? So all that to say, when you get on these channels, when you get on these platforms, don't have expectations. Put the expectations over there somewhere. When you're dealing with life, don't have expectations. When you're in your meditation and you see the golden light emanating from your pineal gland and all that stuff, don't have expectations of some stuff you want. Don't have expectations that, oh yeah, because I have this vision board, everything on there is going to happen and it's going to happen tomorrow. No, it's not. You're lying because you have expectations, and you're going to get disappointed real fast if you keep playing expectation games, especially in this land called, anybody could go live and you think that you're going to learn something. Lawyer lady just went live. If you go there, guaranteed you should be disgusted listening to her talk. Forget what we're talking about. And you're saying you don't like what we're talking about. You should be disgusted going over there and hearing her talk the crazy stuff that she was talking about. Constitution isn't the law, the states make up laws or whatever. What are you talking about? That's treason. But I yield the floor. Islam, Jamal, I know you had something to put up.
Yeah, I was gonna say that we never called her any disrespectful names. I said she's a house nigger, and I didn't mean it in a disrespectful way, and I said that multiple times. She interrupted us, we interrupted her. Cujo never muted her. We never called her B words. We never called her anything like that. So I don't understand what your version of disrespect and my version of disrespect must be like 1,000-degree difference. To be honest, because talking over each other, we was all doing it. And even after she left, we was all doing it. And I'm not saying, well, Cujo's disrespecting me because he's talking over me. I was talking over him. So, I mean, we have to be adults and realize what actual disrespect is. Cujo respected the fact that she made the claim that she's an attorney with no proof. She came on here. We had a discussion. What more do you want?
Definitely for the positive side and the learning side and the liberation side and all that. That's where we're at. Right? That's where we're at.
So someone commented about calling her an N-word. I don't think you understand what a nigger is. If you're acting niggardly, then you're a nigger. So what would you like us to call her? Because we also called her a Morisco, which, if you ask me, a Morisco is worse than a nigger. Because a Morisco knows there are more, and they're still selling out.
And we also called her a Moor, and she said, "I'm not that." We also called her a Moor, and she abandoned it. So if she's not a Moor, then what is she?
Stateless.
And if you look up chimpanzee, subspecies are Anthropopithecus troglodytes nigger. So
I got a
word
question
nigger
for
is
you,
black,
Jamal.
and she's claiming to be black, well, then she's claiming to be Anthropopithecus troglodytes nigger. So
right.
All I'm doing is calling her black using another word.
Yep.
So
here's a question for you. Here's a question for you. Kermit asked this question, Brother Jamal. You have no proof. You know what you are saying. Can you prove you have been successful against the corporation? If not, you're fake.
Riseofthemoors.org. Click on public information. It's free. You don't gotta buy nothing, and you'll see cases dismissed. So
you got that, Hanzo? So just go to riseofthemoors.org. Go to riseofthemoors.org, and you'll be all right.
You can also look up Leonidas Jabir Bey versus the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, which is in the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts Eastern Division. And you'll see where they recognize me as Moorish American consul pursuant to the treaty, Articles 20 and 21 of the treaty. And there's about 15 Moors that can vouch for the fact that we entered into federal court with our Moorish IDs. So I don't know what else you want.
Yeah, I don't know what else.
I think what you want is for a pale-skinned person to come lay a hand on my shoulder and say, "Hominis Dominus, Jamal, you're right." I think that's what you want. Because we also have audio recording of a district attorney saying everything we're doing is correct. I also have audio recording of me in court and Magistrate Impolito arguing that my historical information is absolutely correct and never said that my lawful arguments are incorrect. So I don't know what else you want. Yeah, he never said my case law was too old either. So I don't know what you want. I got Europeans agreeing with me. I got Moors agreeing with me. It's just you seem to be the problem, which is why I said Moors. Don't be hard on this person because he seems as if he's been MK Ultra and his mind's not right. He's moaning on the call and we're not here for that.
He's a victim. Yeah, he's a victim. Forevermore Bay Islam. I know you've been trying to get in.
Too much fluoride.
Yeah, for real. For real. Forevermore Bay, you there? You got on. Let's see. Can't unmute you because you muted yourself. Islam, Brother Khalif, you got anything else to add?
Yeah, man, I got a whole lot to add, yo. I don't even know where to start at, really.
You can start anywhere.
Man, y'all know what time it is. I see Jamal.
Islam.
I already know what your mind on. I already know what your mind on, so. But this is crazy, man. I don't like. Whenever you have a problem, you're supposed to go to the root of that problem to solve it. Let's say if I had a problem with a ball, I'm gonna go to a basketball to solve. A bat to solve it. Another example. Let's say if I had a problem with my car engine, and I take that car engine to the curtain man and ask the curtain man, you believe you can fix this for me? And his reply to me be like, yeah, I believe it. Just come back in a few hours, It'll be done. I come back in a few hours. I got pretty curtains in my window in the car, and my car won't start. See the problem?
Somebody's playing.
I thought he can fix my car. I believe he can fix my car. And he can't fix my car. I just got pretty curtains in the window now. The point is, I don't know why people can't see stuff what's going on right in front of them, man. All these pale people look like me. Need to stop, man.
Can I make a quick statement?
Go ahead, Mark.
I turned my camera off so you can see the picture of
Go
me,
right ahead.
Moorish American Fez in a suit, shaking hands with Frank J. Williams, who was the retired Chief Justice of the Rhode Island Superior Court, who redid the law library, who also signed my Black's Law Dictionary 4th edition. I had a meeting with him, Moreno Bay, and my wife Julissa L. in his chambers in the Rhode Island Superior Court. So if you're gonna say I'm wrong and Black's Law Dictionary don't mean anything, well then you have to argue with Chief Justice Frank J. Williams, who has statues of Abraham Lincoln all over his office. Who, remember, Abraham Lincoln defended the moor during the William Dungy case. With that, I yield the floor.
1855.
Islam. Arty, I see you in there.
Everybody already know what that
bias,
is.
man. Just bias, you know? Get the bias out and then you're going to get to it.
Islam. Arty.
How you doing this
You got a
evening?
question or
This
comment?
afternoon. I'm sorry,
Good
say that again?
You have a question, comment, or emotional outburst you want to get off your chest?
Oh, I usually have my emotional outbursts over the weekend. I usually get that out of my system. I really didn't have. I only had heard from a colleague that you were having a discussion with Natalie. I wasn't able to listen in before it was concluded. But I do kind of want to say that I don't know if having your picture taken with a Chief Justice is an endorsement that your views on the law are correct.
Is that what I said? Or did I say if you're going to argue against Black's Law
Keyword
Dictionary, you need to argue because
well,
when you re-renovated
I would
the
say
law library, there are several editions of Black's Law Dictionary.
I'm going to wager that the Chief Justice will also agree with me that Black's Law Dictionary is a secondary source and not a primary source, and that when there is a conflict, when there is a conflict,
stop lying.
He would be
That's ancient.
and then he would agree with me. So since
That's ancient and contemporary, bruh. Stop fucking lying.
Lying about what? Like what?
Nah, he say he don't know. He not lying. He just don't know. He don't know anything, you know? He don't know. He just want to be seen and heard. Seen and heard. But he don't know. He like y'all, though. He love y'all. He in love with y'all.
All I was trying to say was that he would treat it as a secondary source. In other words, when there is a conflict of terms and how they're defined between the state's statutes definition of a term and Black's Law Dictionary, the state statutes is going to take precedent. Or in terms of statutory interpretation, the court is going to look at the state's definition of terms before they go to Black's Law Dictionary.
Can you source that? What's your source?
As in what? In terms of the rules of statutory interpretation?
What states that they're gonna use their own statutes over a legal definition?
Because
what law states?
Because the statutes are law, so they're going to take those definitions over.
Now I'm asking you, like as an example, if I say I have the right to bear arms, I'm going to reference the Second Amendment.
What statute of law?
For a reference point, so that way, if you're right, I can admit to your face that you're right.
That boy,
I'm asking. Well, I'm going. Well, you wanted to give me an example. I'm going to give you the example here in terms of, say, driver.
For a reference point, because in every state of your European Union, they have different statutes. So
right.
I'm asking you for a reference point, so I can study it and prove that you're right.
You're asking
an
for
example.
Okay, you're asking for a reference point.
Yes.
Go find any case law where the interpretation of a statute is in conflict.
Okay,
This
so
courts
do you have
will
one case that I can look up?
not on me, but I can go ahead and get one for you if you want.
So and this right here is why when more start talking, saying that these people don't know what the hell they're talking about. Here's a perfect example. You're making claims.
Well, I
with
do
no
know
proof.
what I'm talking about. I mean,
Okay, but you're
I
making
interpret
claims
statutes
with
all the
no
time.
proof.
The courts will look to a word's ordinary meaning
All right.
of the term.
Even if you know what you're talking about, you still got bias in your heart, deep down inside. Admit it. Tell the truth.
Bias
You got bias,
towards what?
bro.
Bias towards what?
Against the Moors. What else? What we talking about here?
I mean, if you're talking
Human
about
beings. What
why,
we talking about? People. What we talking about?
if you're talking about the way you guys apply the law, then yeah, I'm going to be against
Wait.
that.
I thought we were wrong. So what laws are we applying if we're wrong?
Well, I would say your precept of over
Just say
reliance on
it.
Black's
Spit it
Law
out.
Dictionary. Your over reliance on Black's Law Dictionary being the end all be all when it comes to defining
We never
terms.
said that, man.
So
We study
wait,
everything.
when did we say that Black's Law Dictionary is the end all be all, or is that what you're saying?
Your over reliance on the usage of Black's Law Dictionary. How about that?
What about
Other than that, what else you got?
previous decisions made by previous judges? Sorry, go ahead.
So what if our over reliance is on Ballantyne's or Bouvier's?
Any legal dictionary, doesn't matter what kind.
So any dictionary, it doesn't matter.
So you can overly rely on
Well,
statutes
you be-
that are different from state
The
to
courts-
state, county to county, but we can't use a law dictionary.
Boy,
that's in
you
every
hilarious, bro.
court's law library. Is that what you're saying?
The legal dictionaries are, as I said, are a secondary source. I'm not saying that they're never used. In fact, I have plenty of cases where they do look to Black's Law Dictionary. What I'm saying is the primary source.
Just calm down, bro.
is-
Calm down, bro.
What I'm
Just calm
trying to
down.
say is
Take a breather. Take a breather. Take a breather.
I'm trying
Calm
to get
down.
my word
We here.
across,
We
but I
chilling.
keep
We
getting
chilling.
interrupted.
You're very.
But calm down, bro.
You're confusing.
Think about what you're saying.
statutes.
I'm only trying to say that the primary source of definitions comes from state statutes and then the common law. And by common law, I mean precedent.
So
Case precedent.
So hold on. So
wow.
So the common law and the state statutes take precedent as far as definition. You're saying?
Correct.
All right. Where is the definition of common law coming from?
Where's the definition of common law? I mean, you could probably look that up in a non-legal dictionary if you really want to know that.
So we're speaking law, but we're gonna look up common law in a non-legal dictionary to apply that to law? Okay, so if that's the case, then how come there's law libraries, not non-law libraries?
Why are there? Excuse me. Can you repeat that again?
Why do jurisdictions call courts?
Yeah.
State buildings and federal buildings and whatever have law libraries?
Because a lot of them also have. Because they will have dictionaries, legal dictionaries there available as a resource. They will also have these law libraries for the court reporters. So the previous cases that the jurisdiction has been that is adjudicated. So, for example, my county's law library will have the Superior Court for New Jersey listed in this law library, along with legal dictionaries, along with prior legal documents, etc. So it's going to have that information. I'm trying to emphasize here that the Black's Law Dictionary. Source when it comes to, say, if you want to look up the definition of a driver, the states is going to look at the definition as defined by the state and not by Black's Law Dictionary, fourth edition.
Which is commerce, which agrees to Black's Law Dictionary.
No, driver under New Jersey, or at least as far as I know, in New Jersey, does not have commerce as a qualifier in the definition of driver.
Can you read the definition then, please? Because if you cross-reference any of the words used in the sentence, it'll mention commerce if you look up the definition of the word. So if you so as an example, you'll often read that a driver is the operator of a motor vehicle. Then if you look up the definition of a motor vehicle, it'll reference in relation to traffic laws, which traffic means commerce.
Oh, your connection there of traffic, aka commerce, does not apply because I've never seen that in any. I've never seen that in any state statute that defines traffic.
So
the vehicle traffic code, New Jersey's vehicle code has no.
Define traffic.
What does it matter how I define traffic?
How does it not matter when the topic of
traffic is the movement of vehicles? What else?
When you use the definition, you don't use you don't use the word as an example, do you? That's what you're saying.
Wait, time out. He said traffic is the movement of vehicles. So when they say you're operating, why don't they say you're trafficking the vehicle? Why do they say you're operating?
Because most people understand trafficking to mean something different than operating.
Now you're just talking out of your asshole.
How am I talking out of my asshole?
Because you just said traffic is the movement of vehicles. So why don't people talk like that?
Traffic, as in there's the heavy traffic on the roadways this morning.
And
I'm talking about regular movement of cars.
Commerce.
Remember when I told you that the courts are going to look at the ordinary and regular meaning of terms before they're going to go into the.
Well, you trolling or what?
Absolutely, because etymology.
You trolling or what, bro?
No.
Legal definitions are based on the word etymology, based on the truth of that word.
Wrong. Legal terms change like any other word in language.
Wait, let me ask you a question though. Bro, when you talking about words, right? Say you got a word like black. You wouldn't use black as an example, right? Like in the definition, or synonym, you wouldn't use black as a definition as an example of the word, another word of it. No,
I won't use black as a definition of what?
Fuck it, white. Oh, a pale European. Pale to describe. So another word for pale European. An example for another word for pale European. Would you use pale European or would you use another word? That's what I'm asking you. Yes or no?
I can use other words, yes, to make that description. I don't know what you're trying to get at.
No, I'm saying, would you use pale European as an example for another word for pale European? Yes or no?
I probably yes, because that sounds complicated.
I have a question. How do we know the definition of words?
What's that?
How do we know the definition of words?
Because they're based on their common usage by your peers in society around you.
So we don't use the science of etymology, which is what linguists use when they study linguists use when they study linguistics. We don't use that science. We don't use grammar. We don't use epistemology. We don't use syntax. We don't use any of that.
What I'm trying to tell you is that words can change meaning over time.
No, they don't.
Of course they do.
Etymology is for. The context of how we use them, which would be connotation or slang, that changes, but the actual definition does not change.
Of course it does.
So what does
driver?
What does the word etymology mean?
Do you honestly think driver?
You're not answering the question. What does the word etymology mean?
Etymology means it's like the study of the history of words and their usage.
So is it not true that the word etym in Greek means true, and ology means the study of? So wouldn't etymology be the study of the true meaning of words? Is that not what it is?
No. Etymology is simply a study of the history of words and their time. The fact that you're trying to glean that they are actual truth is kind of asinine. I mean, when I already gave you the example that driver, I gave you the example of driver being defined as somebody who drives a coach back in the 1880s.
Yes or
But
no?
now driver means
Did
somebody
you
who is
graduate
operating a motor
high
vehicle.
school?
Therefore,
Yes or
the
no?
meaning of words
Did you
changes over
graduate high
time.
school? Yes or no?
Yes, Jamal, did you?
So now, when people used to say, "Go ahead and drive that carriage," wasn't it still driving? Isn't when you're having horses plow the field for commerce, for profit, isn't that driving the horse?
You're driving the horse, but I don't drive a horse anymore either. I drive a car.
No,
I drive a car now.
Stop.
But I drive a car.
Stop.
I drive a car.
You said the word.
I drive a car. I don't
change?
drive a horse now, but
How
it
did it
still
change?
means the same thing, doesn't it?
Because it's for commerce. That's the whole
It
point. That's
no,
the whole premise.
not driver
Yes, it
does
is.
not mean commerce.
So,
No point.
so farmers, when they farm, they're not selling their food.
And to give you the
That's not
example
commerce?
of this, anytime somebody who tries to make the
Okay, so
argument that drive or driver
That's
means
not
something in
commerce.
commerce, it has failed in the courts.
How?
Because the court will tell them driver does not mean solely for commerce.
Reference. Give me
You know,
case law, please.
you know why? Hold on, Jamal.
You really want me?
Before you
All right,
prove it,
fine.
give me
If you want me to
case
give you the citation, I got plenty of them here. Fine.
You know why
So,
it's failed in
so
court?
give me a case law that specifically says
Hold up.
that. Go ahead.
You know why it's failed in court, Arty?
Why is it failed?
Because the status and the jurisdiction of nationality has not been brought up. That's why it's failed. Because if you're operating in commerce as a chattel property person, Fourth Amendment citizen, U.S., that means you're part of the corporation and you're not a free Moorish American national, then yes, you are in the status of a 14th Amendment so-called chattel person, artificial person. Now,
oh my God,
if you're listen, pay attention. You might learn something.
that is so much wrong to unpack. I don't even know where to start.
What have you ever heard of diversity of citizenship? Or is that a theory?
Yeah,
Okay,
but you already started with the freaking flaw of U.S. being a corporation and then 14th Amendment citizenship.
Wait,
we're
wait,
only
wait.
talking about the
So,
definition
wait,
of driver.
What are you talking about?
And
So you tell me Title 28 of the United States Code, subsection 3002, number 15A, does not state that the United States is a federal corporation? Is that what you're telling me?
Is that what you said?
Yes. I'm
That's
telling
what
you
you're
that.
telling me. Oh, okay.
I'm
So
telling you that statute. I'm telling you that that statute that you guys constantly cite to is specifically geared towards that act.
So let's
if you
prove
because and I swear to God, you guys go after me for statutory interpretation. You can't even realize that.
So if
Do you know the definition of status? What does status mean, Arty? What does status mean in law? What does that mean? Do you even know?
I don't even know what context you're trying to bring it. That's too vague of a question to ask.
What the status? Do you know what status means in law?
I mean, if we're going to go back into this nationality thing,
we're talking about status. Do you know the definition? Yes or no?
Yeah, I know what status is in terms of the names of the parties.
This the same guy that said we lost the war. His whole thing is we lost the war. This the guy.
The status of the parties, as in plaintiff and defendant. I mean,
that's
status
the wrong
as
answer.
indigent. The status as indigent and cannot pay the filing fees.
The same guy that.
No, so you're not familiar with Article 3,
Status
Section
of
2?
competency.
So you're not familiar with the Constitution, Article 3, Section 1 and 2. Are you familiar with that?
God, please.
Are you familiar
enlighten
with
me.
those documents?
Of course I am. This is asinine.
Okay, so it doesn't mean what you're saying then. So you're knowingly you committing perjury right now. Because it does not mean what you did.
Do you know what perjury is? Please, I gotta ask you, what's perjury?
You haven't answered my question yet.
No,
because
I already answered your question. Your question. Please
your
tell me
answer
what
was
perjury
wrong.
means.
Your answer was wrong. Your
What's
answer
perjury?
was wrong. You
Please
said
tell
you
me
know
what
law.
perjury is.
You haven't answered mine yet.
Please tell me what perjury is.
You have not answered mine. You said status was what? Did you say status meant?
I got a question for him.
If you're talking about citizenship status, then yes, I know what that is.
What do you think I'm talking about? Why are you playing stupid for?
Because you just asked me what status and you never elaborated.
I said, what do you think we're talking about? I said, why do you think driving and traveling come into different jurisdictions? That's why I brought up status and jurisdiction.
Question, y'all.
Because none of that. because driving and traveling are two separate things. They have nothing to do with jurisdiction.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
The
Yes,
right
they
to
do.
travel, the right to travel has to do with traveling interstate. In other words, traveling from one state to another has nothing to do with the requirements to have a
Incorrect.
license to drive a vehicle on the
Incorrect.
roadway.
Let me interject real fast.
Incorrect.
Let me
A
disqualify this
license.
person right now. Look, I just asked him if Title 28 of the United States Code, subsection 3002, number 15A, stated that the United States was a corporation. He said no. So here it is from law.cornell.edu.
Oh no,
So
no!
since he
I already
lied
said.
about this-
I already told you. I
so
already
since
told
he lied
Jamal
about
that I
this,
know what it
he
says.
has to lie about
I already
everything
told him I know what it says there. I've seen that I've
So
seen
since-
that people
so
cite
since
that
you lied
definition
about
all the
this,
time. That the
you
U.S. is a
already know you're gonna
corporation.
lie about everything else.
But I already told you
It
that
doesn't
it is only
matter.
for the specific purposes of that act.
Just like the
It does
judges be
not
saying,
mean that the United
"Get him
States
outta
as an
here."
entity is a corporation.
Get him out of here.
It does not mean that the United States as a whole
outta
is a
here.
federal corporation. I don't know why you guys don't understand that.
What?
So you never heard of the Supreme Court case, Ruffenberg versus Mullins? Have you ever heard about that case?
Do you even know what that U.S. code is about?
Wow. Get him out of here, fam.
What
Get
is
him
that
out of here.
you-
He's lying.
That's-
You're lying. Get him out of here.
Yo, so
Get him
look,
out of here.
Look. That's
Get him
like
out of
saying,
here.
look, that's like saying
They got
so
my mic
Walmart
down,
is a
y'all.
corporation, but that's not saying all of Walmart is as a total in its
Oh,
subsidiaries is a
all you had
corporation.
to, all we had to do was ask him one question.
So look,
What is
Can
he
y'all
talking?
hear
What
me?
is he talking about?
This is exactly
Cujo, can you hear me?
this is exactly.
Yeah, we can hear you, Mark.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Go ahead, boy. We can hear you.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Peace, bro. We're hearing you.
I can't hear. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
We can hear
I can
you,
see
bro.
myself, but I can't hear anything.
You probably got
We
to
can
come
hear
back
you.
in. Exit and come back in again. Push the link again.
So that Anthropopithecus troglodytes nigger is the epitome of exactly what I was talking about.
Yep.
Just a walking
You're doing some
contradiction.
nigga
Well,
shit.
the statutes define the words,
Walking.
not the legal definition. But if we want to look up the definition, then we go to the dictionary. But dictionaries, they don't use the science of etymology to define them. They use how they're commonly spoken. And then he's going to talk about common law based on previous decisions. But in Black's Law Dictionary, they reference case law based on previous
A
decisions.
walking contradiction.
So for Moors,
He's a
for
walking
anyone, not
contradiction.
just Moors, anyone, his fellow Anthropopithecus troglodytes niggers, for anyone to listen to that
Anyone.
and accept that as valid, you should really reconsider your entire life.
They part of the problem.
And also too, when these people get removed, it's because of their incompetence. It's not we're rude or nothing like that. We already know what's up. We study. As soon as they're talking contrary to what it is we know are facts, we will remove you.
With and don't forget, we asked him for reference points. Don't forget that.
Yeah. Reference points, logic, logistics, facts, law, everything that has to do with law. You can't tell me that you know law and you don't know diversity of citizenship.
Reference law dictionaries for terms, for the definition of words. What is the dictionary for then?
Exactly.
Why do we have dictionaries? Why
That'd be my whole point.
Dictionary?
There would just be statutes.
How are we even talking? How do we talk?
Exactly.
How do you know the rules of grammar without a dictionary?
Right.
How do you know the rules of grammar without etymology? The etymon. How do you know that without a dictionary?
How are you writing a statute without a dictionary?
Period.
You need a statute to write a dictionary. You need a dictionary to write a statute.
Time out. Everyone knows.
He
Everybody
said the
knows that the
definition
English
of the
language
statute code.
is a composition of multiple languages, which means you needed a dictionary and etymology to transliterate the words into English. So how is it that English itself isn't even its own independent language and is predicated on other languages, which you needed dictionaries for that, but we don't rely on dictionaries for legal terms and phrases? When a lot of legal terms and phrases are in Latin?
Can I ask, please?
Like, what?
Let me ask y'all, please answer.
So for anyone to
Please
believe
answer
that,
me.
like, you literally have to be out of your mind.
What about when they say when words change? That words change. Please, when they say that words change.
Crazy. And again, goes back to the first officer of the court. This is how they think. How come 2 officers of the court were on here, right? 2 officers of the court were on this platform. Both of them held the same position. We're down with the colony. A colonizer was on here? Not really a colonizer, because we already know he's Puerto Rican and all that stuff. We already know he's from here, so he's really a traitor. Right, Arty, right? And then you have the other traitor who she's proud to be black. She's proud of the transatlantic slave trade.
Isn't that
and then you have all these different Moors that are calling on here saying that these people are fraud. They're talking crazy. Moors didn't even say anything other than that. Get on here, yo. These people are fraud. Honestly, Moors are doing what you're doing, and they're talking about their day. Right?
Also, for the record, notice how you tried to lie in the beginning.
Operation. This is a colonial operation. We're against a colonial operation. All these people in the chat that you've seen since we started this thing, they're not always on here. They're not always on our live. They're only on because of these officers of the court being on here, which should tell you something. Why are they on here when they've never been here before? 3,000 videos that I check. I'm the one that runs this YouTube. And I know for a fact of these what 130 whatever people in here, at least 40 of these people have never been here before. They're just on here to play their little game with the weak minds who are here to learn. Which is why we talk to them how we talk to them. Which is why we make fun out of them. Which is why we put a noose around their neck, drag them all over this platform. Even Sinbad's down. What are you talking about?
Right.
Can I say
you notice that he tried to play dumb?
I'm sorry.
You noticed that he tried to play dumb, right? When I brought up status, he tried to play dumb.
Yeah.
Of course. Because they already know. Don't forget all the people who are claiming lawyer and attorney and judge and whatever. They went to law school. They already know all this info that we're talking about.
Can I
They're purposely keeping this information out of circulation so that the information that keeps the de facto system running is constantly in the minds of the people. And we're the ones, Moors are the ones who have been ending that. This whole thing about, oh, it doesn't matter what words mean. No, yes, it does. It freaking matters what words mean. It doesn't matter what words mean. So that means you can just say, oh, well, the statute said motor vehicle, and then you can put something on my car and I got to pay you $5,000 because you put something on the car, I didn't do nothing. The car just parked right here. Oh, because you feel like because the statute said you can't park right there? Yeah, right. You're not pulling that stuff on Moors, only on your property. Never will they try that BS on Moors. For real, for real. They'll talk BS on platforms and make little YouTube pages and whatever like that to talk shit about Moors, but they would never, if we're so fraud, take all of us to court. Let's go. If we're such a fraud and you're so for the law, sue all of us that we're a fraud. Let's go to court about it.
I have recordings of me in court, and none of the judges have ever said I've been wrong about any of my legal arguments.
Never. No more. No more that ever went to court ever. When I say no more, I'm talking about righteous, truthful, honest, clean-hearted Moors who have stood on their square in front of a judge. No matter what happened, no judge ever said you're wrong. None. Zero.
None of them. None of them.
None.
None of them.
When I met with the retired Chief Justice, we talked about the law. He even commented on how intelligent that we were. and we had a long conversation about the unconstitutionality of the 14th Amendment. So now, right? So now imagine if I'm so wrong and my arguments are so frivolous and made up, why would he agree to take a picture with me? Why were three more wearing feathers able to meet him behind his private chambers with armed guards? If we was tripping or so wrong, he could have just said, "Hey guards, get these niggers out of here."
Right.
He mad he ain't got a picture with him.
I never stated that just because he signed my law dictionary that he's going to agree with me. No, that's proof that they know about these things. That's proof
everybody knows
that this book exists.
As if that's not precedent.
And
everybody
he's
knows.
the one that reestablished the law library with several versions of Black's Law Dictionary in it, except the 4th edition. Come on.
Everybody know, man.
Right.
They just they're stupid.
Facts.
Yep.
And for the record, you can go to the Rhode Island Superior Court, the law library, look up the statutes at large of the United States, foreign relations, and you'll see the treaty with Moors in the United States in that book, and you'll see the word MOOR.
Facts.
So why would the word Moor be in the statutes? Because remember, he like statutes defines everything, right? The United States statutes at large, foreign relations, and it mentions Moor, and we got a treaty. Well, then by that own Anthropopithecus' state of mind, that statute supersedes anything he has to say.
Bro, them boys scared. They scared they gotta go, you heard me? They scared, bro. It's fear. It's a great fear. Like if you think about it, put your feet in their shoes, bro. Think about being like shit crazy, bro. You know. Put your feet in their shoes. The fear of having mansions, big bank accounts and shit. And you just gotta leave it alone. You gotta give it away. You know, one day just go back to a different country at that. You know, a different land. You gotta go to think like the mentality. Like, god damn, bro. And like these people that you thought was beneath you, they shit. Now you find out that's they stuff you had the whole time. You had they stuff the whole time, using it, claiming it's yours, and damn, now you got to give it back. That's like a thief got caught. You don't go to jail. You might not go to jail. They just want their stuff back, and you just go on your way. But they ain't gonna stop, bro. They're not trying to give it up, bro. You're not gonna give it up, bro.
That's why Prophet Noble Drew Ali said they have to look death in the face. This is why Noble Drew Ali said Europeans have to look death in the face.
There's a lot of lawsuits going on with the Department of Education, the Board of Education in New York. There's a lawsuit with the teachers.
That's because they don't believe in etymology.
Yeah. The old people, the women teachers, all of them, you know, the so-called black people, they don't want to listen. They think they already know. They teachers, all right? They got their degrees, you heard? Degrees. They don't know about the real degrees. They think they got degrees. But yeah, man, they got a lawsuit where the teachers, the test to be a teacher, it was ruled systematically racist, or whatever you want to call it. Systematically racism. But now they fighting it. They appealing. The teacher's supposed to get paid money. They're supposed to get paid amount of fiat, whatever, funds. They not trying to give them the money. They keep appealing it. Why you don't give them the money, bro? Like, that's crazy, bro.
Appealing because they're in a dead status.
No. Listen, bro. Listen. The teachers won. The people won. But the Board of Ed keep appealing. Yo, you say they keep appealing because they're in a dead status. Okay.
That's why they keep appealing.
That's what you said. The Board of Ed.
That's what I told dude.
They keep
when I brought up that, when I brought up that issue to that European, to that hybrid, when I brought that issue up of the people keep losing these cases because of their dead 14th Amendment status. Status.
Yeah.
If you are in automatic status, you're not gonna get. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna get.
I'm trying to show them that they're not gonna stop. I mean, I mean, with the status. Okay, we're gonna see what the status. Yeah, you're right. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
Once-
status is
people don't
everything.
get that,
Status
bro.
is everything.
Yeah, they don't get it, bro. It's like they can't see it, they can't feel it, they can't fact it, bro. So you tell them like to point it
That's
out.
why. Because of
They're gonna
people
say they
like
can't. They don't want to.
like the people who are these so-called defense attorneys and officers of the court, who are teaching people, who are telling people about every other way except this way. That's why they don't get it.
Yeah.
They don't get it because they want to sue as Jeffrey and Johnson and Franklin and whatever, and when they win, think that they won. You didn't win. You just lost twice, because I bet you they paid them in fiat too, when they should be demanding in silver for payment.
Yeah, but they don't know nothing about that, though. They don't know nothing about that. They don't know anything about it, bro.
If you're gonna win like that, then why are you taking fiat and credit and all that stuff? Why don't you ask them to give you back all the stuff from all the goddamn museums?
Yeah, everything is proof in the pudding nowadays, man. If you open your eyes and see, it's crazy. They show, it's like they putting things out there to show you scenarios and shit is wild. Whether it's rituals or whatever, it's wild.
You know what it is? You know what it is, more? It's not wild. It's not wild. It's called the Inquisition. Unum Sanctum. That's what it is.
Yeah, bro.
It's not
I put myself in more as like back then, 1400s and shit. I put myself in their shoes every day, like try to imagine how they was, you know, and up to now, even all moons of what they was going through, you know, like what was going on and like how the land used to be and everything, you know. Imagine that. Put myself in. Shit is you know.
I just want to make this statement real fast. For all the Moors, pay attention. Pay attention to how this conversation has been about jurisprudence, which is a science. I was making the statement that the words that we use when arguing jurisprudence are based off another science called etymology. Whoever that guy was disagreed with the fact that etymology is a science, which means he's no longer arguing jurisprudence. He's arguing something else.
Facts.
Lost credibility.
So what they like to do is, you know, they say, oh yeah, let me come to your chess game. And they start playing bingo and calling you wrong. Like, what are you talking about? This is a chessboard.
Yeah.
Say, now go fish. What?
Yeah.
So pay
Exactly. Yep. Just like that too. Just like that.
That's why I told him, pay attention.
Right in front of you. Yeah.
That's why I told him, pay attention, man. Pay attention. You trying to shift it to something else. We talking about status, the rights, duties, capacities, and incapacities. That's what we talking about. So-called black people, they don't have rights. They have privileges. So without that being established, you just sip a little more juice. You dead already.
Can I give you an example to support what you're saying?
What up?
It's called Peoples, Peeples, versus the city of Detroit, local 344. It was so-called 11 minority firefighters who got laid off. They sued for racism. One of them sued for discrimination against their national origin. It was decided by the courts that only the person that sued based on discrimination against their national origin had the right to sue, which is stained. Everyone else couldn't sue because they weren't making the argument of nationality. And that case is from 2010. So that other European Morisco lady, she can't come on saying, well, that's old and the statute say that. Nah, that was 2010.
Facts.
Peoples versus City of Detroit. Proof that niggers can't sue.
Nationality is the order of the day.
Right. Yep.
And everybody already know
the science of
that
nationality.
status equal to state.
You can't stand you can't stand on something if you don't even know who you are. You can't stand on something if you claim that your history and your language and everything that you used to know was stripped away from you. So if you don't even know who you are, what makes you think you know law?
How are you making claims? How are you making claims?
Can't
You're
claim your
admitting
inheritance.
I don't know who I am.
Can't,
From
cannot
slavery, I'm a
listen.
minority,
They
I'm black
cannot.
or whatever. Like
They
then
cannot.
How you gonna say someone took your identity away from you and gave you a new one, and then I still identify as that color and say that's who you are, but also saying that your identity got stripped away from you, but then also saying that you're black, but then saying that your identity got stripped away from you, and then when people are saying you're not black, well then no, I'm black. That what?
Every day I imagine.
Listen, I'm just so tired of walking out the house, right?
Go ahead, Mom. This one.
All right, go ahead.
No, I was saying every day I try to imagine what you're saying. I know it's right. I know it's true. But I'm saying what you say every time they say black and people of color. Every time I watch TV, I see the shows, the agenda. They have to say it. They have to pit. But you know what you see in the background? You see so-called Native American feathers, headdresses. You see jaguars. You see pheasants, turbans. You know what I'm saying? So every day I try to imagine our people going up there and saying they Moors instead of black people, and then imagining that outcome. And I'm just, Islam, man. It's crazy.
They don't. That's what they don't want us to do, man. Is to nationalize and recognize
Every day
who we are.
imagine.
Anyhow, everybody knows that status equals estate. That's why they flip-flop stuff on us, man. They disconnected us from who we are. Therefore, you can't even claim your inheritance, man. And you the heir to the world's largest estate and don't even know it.
Yeah, and everybody loves inheritance. Everybody want inheritance from their grandparents, their parents. You know what I'm saying?
Wait 1 second, man. But wait 1 second, though, bro. Wait 1 second.
My fault.
Listen, man, I'm just so tired of walking out the house, right? Lucius sleeping under the bridge right now, man. Howard sleeping under the tree. And his bloodline connects him back to the landmass in which he's on. And because he has accepted terms, he has accepted tags, he has accepted labels, he has accepted identities that don't or not who he is. So therefore, he has disconnected him from everything, man. And he the heir to the world's largest estate. So how are you going to claim your inheritance if you keep claiming that you come from someone else? You keep claiming that you are someone else. You living in a delusional world, man. There's no such thing as black people. There's no such thing as none of those terms that folks have associated themselves with. Clean the engine to them and clinging to them, and they are false identities. They really don't exist in reality. They make believe, they made up, they're fake. They ain't real. Bunny rabbits don't lay chicken eggs. Can't no man take one of his ribs and create a woman. Can't nobody talk to a burning bush and that burning bush talk back to him. Really? That's how that works? Listen, can't nobody be swallowed by a fish and survive. Just don't happen, folk. So, because you keep clinging to those tags,
those false narratives, you get treated like that. That's where all your mistreatment comes from, because you keep calling stuff when it's not. And not only you being mistreated by people, you're being mistreated by divine law, man, because you don't recognize her. You keep calling her for someone that she's not. You disconnect yourself from the only pure help, sure help, most definitely help you can receive. Divine law. You're going to disconnect yourself away from that, because you keep pretending to be someone that you're not, and you won't correct yourself even after you're being told. They foreigners. They're not Americans. Copper tone people, skin like burnt brass, woolly hair. They are not Americans. They pretending, and they put it on television, they put it on radio, they put it in the newspaper for you to see. Even though it's coded, you still should be able to decipher it because you're looking right at it. Make the connection. Simple question. All the fraud that want to come on the panel, asking one question. Is America a country or a continent? If they can't answer that truthfully, they're wasting my time and yours too. You shouldn't waste your time with them because they frauds. They COINTEL cooperative.
The other one is America and the U.S. the same thing.
No, it's not, man. America is a continent, man. America.
Not yet.
Huh?
Nah, bro. Yeah, I did that this morning on a bus riding this morning, right? So it was a bunch of Caribbean people and all type of people. So I was building with them, and I'm telling them, actually, America and U.S. is two different things. It took about, 20 minutes, couple stops. Finally, the guy, some of them was from Guyana, Trinidad, whatever, St. Lucia, because they grow up knowing, or not knowing, but being told that the Caribbean is not America. You know what I'm saying?
They're indoctrinated too.
Yeah, but you can't blame them, bro.
Throne.
I'm not gonna say you can't blame them. You can blame them. You can blame them. I'm just saying that.
Nah, man, we can blame them, man. Islam.
Yeah, you can blame them.
My family's Jamaican and Guyanese.
Yeah.
I'm second generation born at the UK. But what? Yeah, we can blame them.
Definitely.
We have to take responsibility for the fact that
Moors got too much responsibility.
See, like in Jamaica, bro. See Jamaica, yeah, brother. In Jamaica, yeah. Man, I got smartphones and all these things. They got money. Man's brack out this third world country. They got money for Gucci and Fendi and Prada and all this bullshit. Yeah. But everyone's got a smartphone, so there's no excuse. So what have you got on your smartphone? There's 100 and how much people in the chat? Yeah, everyone's got a smartphone. They're listening to Canaanland Moors right now. And how much PDF dictionaries have you got on your phone? How many history book dictionaries have you got on your phone? You can go on Kindle. Even though Cujo doesn't want people to go to Kindle and buy Khalifa Media books and that, you can go to the Khalifa Media website. You can go to Abdullah Bey's website and buy Moors and Masonry. So when these little pussies want to come and try and check man in the streets, or they want to come and fuck with man on YouTube and all this kind of stuff, we're supposed to put them straight. Why? Because we know what these words mean. All these words put together make sentences and paragraphs and all this kind of stuff that they think that we're dumb and don't know about, when in fact they're using our shit against us. And then we're playing ignorant, like we don't know what's up. You get what I'm trying to say? But deep down we do. We're just too fucking lazy to want to go and check this shit out. Like, do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, it's very basic, but you know what I'm trying to say? Like, yeah, all you man on the panel, I'm glad you chewed up them people. They needed to get chewed up, bro. That's what it is, isn't it?
Yeah, bro. Because it's not even me to think to chew them up. It just come out, bro. It's like,
Nah, man, we chewing them up, bro, because you see what it is.
But I'm saying it's not that you thinking. That's
more means. Check this, my brother. Yeah.
Check this,
my brother. Check this.
If you need it.
My brother, check this. Amor means love. So we are the love of the world.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
So if we know that our confidence and empowerment comes from what we study as children growing up, and that's coming from the words that we know and we learn.
Yeah, people think love is just
ignorance is no excuse, bruv. Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
Look how we formulate laws. We formulate laws with words. This is what Jamal was talking about when that idiot brother. He's probably in the chat listening now. You get what I'm trying to say? Yeah. No disrespect, like on my behalf, not even everyone else is fucking. You get me? Because this thing is not a joke. The whole world is in chaos over words that are being pushed out there by dictators to control people's minds and stuff like that. The simplest of things that can have power over people's thoughts that make them go and do dumb shit in this world, i.e. like not wanting to stand up for their rights because they don't know if they was to really just stop for a second and think, hold on a second, let me go and I got a smartphone, let me go and check if this guy's trying to check me on something that he don't really have the power to do so. Like in the UK, right? Check this, right? In the UK, right? Hey, listen to this though. In the UK, right?
You have to listen.
In the UK, right? Are you saying that to me, Cujo, or
no, me.
I was seeing. All right, so watch this now, yeah? I was listening to Taj, innit? Taj peeled off my head when the first time I heard him he break down black. You know what it did to me? It showed me that I was too arrogant with what I thought I understood about the world. So I went and looked up this word black now. I'm saying, raw, but there's like hundreds of dictionaries. So I'm going through them, every dictionary. I started going to second-hand bookshops like he said to. Go and buy up these dictionaries and shit. In the dictionary shop, sometimes I wear my fez, sometimes I'm not. They're looking at me because they're thinking, all right, they're stereotyping me like, raw, how comes this black guy is in here looking at dictionaries? I'm looking at the dictionary because I want to see if the dictionary's got etymological brackets and all this kind of shit. And if they're really breaking down the word black, nah, that one ain't breaking it down. Fuck that dictionary. That means if they're not even breaking down the word black, they're probably not breaking down all the other words. Long story short, it's boosted my confidence. So now when I'm engaging with these so-called police officers, policy enforcers, I know how to linguistically articulate myself to them. You get what I'm trying to say? So another point I want to make, right? Taj used to say, for example, you want to ask them about 3 forms of ID. Out here in the UK, all these brothers in the hood, from hood to hood, that's going on with all this madness. They're so rough, but they're not rough for these so-called policy enforcers. And even so much just to have a dialogue. It don't have to be about swinging knuckles or slapping corn. Do you get what I'm trying to say? But we don't even know to ask them, where's your warrant card? That's what we call it at the UK. Now that warrant card has all that police officer's information on there. Whether you're going to sue him or do whatever the fuck you're going to do to him, if he tries to violate you based on you knowing your rights and who you are and where his rights, not even his rights, where his powers stop, his authority. Going back to what we're talking about with the words and the ignorance. You get what I'm trying to say? So, like, you know, this thing is literally about like it's not so much that, you know, we can't blame our people, like going back to what you said, the main point we said earlier about our people in the Caribbean and stuff like that. They're being pumped with a narrative that ain't theirs. And they deep down our people really know. Do you know why? Because we've got a solid connection to nature. Yeah, Taj also said one time, I know I'm quoting a lot of Taj, right? But Taj said one time, if we was really dealing with nature, we would have fixed this shit a long time ago. How are unnatural people running natural people in the world? And with that, I yield the floor. I love all of you lot. Keep slaying on these fucking, yeah, man. I'm out. Islam.
Islam.
That's a warrior right there. Fucking anybody.
You gotta let him vent, yo. You know what I mean? Because trust me, some of these Moors. So you gotta let him vent. Because
they're waking up and they finally realizing who the enemy is. They've been in the house all the while.
Yeah, the whole time, hiding in the closet.
No, they've been sitting in the living room with the TV. I mean, with the remote control, watching the TV kicked up, eating up all the food in the refrigerator. Well, they got you sleeping out yard with the dog.
Yeah, his own house. His own house.
Yeah, man.
So he mad. Of course he gonna be mad. When I first found out what was going on, guess what? I was ready to burn down the house. Yeah, because it makes you that upset. Y'all know that, man. Listen, all the while, all the while you say to yourself, man, I'm gonna stay away from this guy here. He's my enemy. Not knowing the guy that you hanging out with is really your enemy. The guy that you're going to work for is really your enemy. The guy you're going to the polls and vote for He's really your enemy. You know that guy that you take your children to that institution for to learn something? That's your enemy. And the people can't see it because they've been indoctrinated, man. And once you find out who your enemy is, that's what really makes you upset.
Mm-hmm.
Wait till he find out who sold him out.
Mm-hmm.
Wait till you find that out.
I mean, sellouts respect sellouts, you heard?
No. Wait until you really sold you out. Some guy that looked like you.
Yeah. But I was saying,
that's
like,
supposed to talk about I love you and all that. There, I care about you.
Yeah.
That
to
you know
reinforce
that.
things.
Listen, just for one example, Al Sharpton, y'all already know how long he been around, and they call him selling what, keys to an undercover car. Y'all know Jesse Jackson. He was David since Martin Luther King got killed. You know how much power Martin Luther King left with him, and we all know what he did. He took a check and decided to go and sit in the background and keep up all this Afro-American stuff, which is a term.
Then you find out his name is Michael.
Listen, that's putting it minor, man. You're gonna find out a whole bunch of other stuff that he's been doing. He coined the term. Listen, he coined the term Afro-American, man. Then all these people walking around here talking about they're Afro-Americans. That took them out of status. That disconnected them from the land. That disconnected them from their culture and tradition. Disconnecting them from the language. Disconnecting them from everything that's very important about themselves.
Yeah.
Disconnect them from what make them up. Disconnecting them from who they really are. They're the heirs to the world's largest estate, man, by bloodline and consanguinity.
Mm-hmm.
And don't even know it. And these foreigners, you know, calling themselves Americans, and they got you calling yourself an Indian. So what? You see why it's so important to learn the Edamon degree? Mm-hmm. It helps you interpret and comprehend the words that you say. So when guys come on the show, like the one that came on just a minute ago,
yeah,
y'all know he fraud. Y'all know that, man. It's just the people don't know it yet. Just keep tell it like it is. Listen, man. They better just move on out my way right now, cause see, I'm putting divine law on them. I don't even care. I'm gonna post some sword. I'm gonna burn some incense, and I'm gonna blow some flour in their face. I'm gonna put a curse on them. Damn them. Like, for real. You want me to reject myself? You want me to reject me?
Yeah.
You want me to not recognize nativity?
Yeah.
You want me to not honor my mother or honor my bloodline?
Yeah.
You want me to be a fabrication of somebody else's thoughts? Not real.
You want you to be a mannequin.
Right. Dead in the eyes of the law. You want me to get mistreated then? That's what you're telling me?
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm telling you, go to hell. Go straight to Hades. Because I'm gonna honor my bloodline, man. What's wrong with you trolls out there? You gotta be out of your mind. So therefore, if you're out of your mind, bro, you ain't really fighting me. You're fighting against divine law. Because if you ain't following the stars, you got to be out of your mind. It's science, man. It ain't based off of belief. Cows don't jump over the moon. And bunny rabbits don't lay chicken eggs.
Yes, they do. They're painted.
Listen here. They can believe that if they want to, and that's where all their mistreatment come from. And it's sad.
I found on the Easter egg hunt. I found the egg that they said a rabbit laid. We did the Easter egg hunt. It was chocolate. Yeah. It wasn't a regular egg from a chicken. It was a chocolate egg.
See how they playing with people's mind and intelligence, man? Right in front of the people's face. And they keep going for it. Pastor Pigfoot ought to be ashamed of himself, yo. He got degrees. He got privy counseling. Got told the truth. Sat down. Listen here, man. This is what's going on. The country is yours and is under occupation, but you can't tell nobody that you're the heir to the world's largest estate. All right, now get on out of here. Really, that's how it works? And then you found out what was going on, and then you don't flip the strip on them. Say, man, y'all must be out of y'all mind. You go along with it. You see what Dr. Naila did when she found out what's going on. She flipped the strip on them. So you know they've been told, man. And for them to stand behind that pulpit, keep fabricating all these lies, those are some of the first ones going to be swinging from the light pole. Because little Miss Jackson, you had her, because you weren't telling her the truth, you had her worshiping Constantine under the guise of Jesus. And everybody know that man ain't no J in Hebrew.
Yeah,
but you got the woman worshiping Constantine, man. And then you got the woman thinking she gonna die and go somewhere else better than what she's already at. Physically, though. Not mentally.
Yeah.
Physically, what she's supposed to die and go to, the street's supposed to be paved in gold. Well, listen, I know what the street is. It was street up there. They must be got traffic lights too. Light poles, cars, bicycles. Like for real. You see the game they playing on people? And the stuff is happening right in front of the people. I know what it is. Let me just stop. You know what it is, Cujo? All the indoctrination, man. All they kill off our ancestors. They hold our men hostage for ransom, make us do whatever they want to, and then they kill the women on the ship and boat anyway. You see what I'm saying? They still kill the people, so fuck them.
Loud and clear. Islam to that. Islam, more. Give thanks, more.
Big ups to Prophet Noble Drew Ali, Divine Law, Asiatic woman, man, for giving me life. You trolls don't want to recognize it. That's on your own. I got a belly button. I can prove it.
Straight. Straight up.
That's sad, man. How you Islam, Cujo? Put me on mic. Let's get somebody else the mic, man.
Yeah, we're just gonna check and see. Yeah, we're just gonna check. We'll see if anybody else has any comments, and we're gonna get out of here because the point was made. But Islam, Brother May, Brother L, you there still? You have any closeout comments right now?
Sure, man. I just like to thank Divine Law for the gift of life, man.
Islam.
And Asiatic woman, because without her, none of this is possible. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, man, I don't care what you trolls say. That man brought us science. And y'all rejecting it. Sad. One will come amongst us with hair like lamb's wool, skin burnt brass, and you rejecting the man. Sad, man. And I don't see how you look in the mirror. And then look at your mother and your sister after you get out the mirror.
Yeah.
So you're going to look in the mirror, accept what the image, what you see in the mirror, then look at your mother and sister sleeping outside on the bed, being handcuffed,
sold in the backseat of a car and sprayed in the face with mace. That's all right with you, huh, troll?
Yep.
That's fine with you, Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton. That's all right with y'all. Ice Cube, all this black stuff. Roland Martin, Lunar Johnson. That's all right with y'all. I wish they was some of the first ones to get the head cut off. Which they are anyway. They are. They just don't know it. Them sellouts gonna be the first one. Them heads gonna be rolling.
Yep. First ones. First ones are gonna be the traders. Islam, brother Basil.
Oh, Islam. Just real quick,
We're not hearing you.
Islam.
Yeah, we're hearing you now.
Now, my just to change lanes for a second, real quick. Now, to a certain degree, when I first started with stuff right here, you know, and started learning about who.
Please, they're playing with your connection. Can't hear you.
Yep.
They're playing with your connection. We can't hear you.
But this is the divine, with emphasis on divine. They can't stop it, man. Yeah. How you gonna go up against divine law? You must be out of your mind. Lunchbox, yo. Like for real. You going up against divine law. That energy on the other side of the sun over everything.
Yeah.
Islam, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, yeah, no, just what I wanted to say as far as words go, you know what I'm saying? If I don't know if this happening of y'all, but I was thinking about what our brother over in the UK was saying, and it's weird. I've been connecting with a lot of them here lately. I guess the energy is really flowing, you know, through the nation. But on some real talk, when I first got onto this, the way I got to it, bro, I started off, I followed the money. You feel me? And that's when I got into dealing with the birth certificates and stuff. And that's when I started, I had to teach myself. I'm down here in Texas. You know, I know it's more out here, but where I was at, over in the Cliff and the D, hey, they was few and far between, to be honest with you, like ones that was really on it, like really trying to make something happen. But anyway, when I really started living what I was learning, my aura was heightened. I don't know if y'all know what I'm talking about that, but it was like, man, I started working at this bread company. Everybody in there, y'all, was either African or Latino. I was the only Moor. Y'all, every time I walked in that place, man, the place was shut down for me. First, it freaked me out. I'm like, man, I had to pull a little chick that was trained. I said, say, man, what's up with these people? She said, what you mean? I said, why they all stop and looking at me like that? What's going on? They said, no, man, they ain't never seen nobody like you before. And I'm talking about, man, every time I would walk by them, I don't give a damn what they was doing. They would drop shit everywhere. I was like, man, what is wrong with these people? And they just came out and said, they said, man, we've never seen a real live Moor. Now, mind y'all, I never even told these people that I was a Moor. This is what they told me. And I was like,
right.
They do know.
That's fine.
And you know what they told me? They said, y'all have an aura like nobody else on the planet. It don't matter where y'all go on the planet. You couldn't even lie about who you was. Because our energy is different from everybody. Our vibration is totally different. And when you start living in that, like you live those words, you know, the righteous side of it, man, that's what we get. These cats calling in, playing, they want to spook because they, like you say, they're afraid. Because when the Kraken get released, because like right now we working on MC getting caught. So I'm talking, man, we dealing with folks literally y'all all over the planet right now. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because it's gonna be real. Because I'm tired of talking. I don't argue with these people. I'm gonna ask you something simple. If you can't give me an answer, I'm not even finna entertain you, bro. Because for one, you beneath me. You know, that's why I had to ask one of the dudes in the chat. He was going in about Moors being fake. I asked him about the Washington Nation. I said, what you know about that? Since it's fake, go look that up, then holler back at me. I know a little something. Nah, you don't know enough then. You know what I'm saying? I handle them like that. A lot of times I try to do as the prophets say, speak to them nice, in a stupid way. You know what I'm saying? But when they act like they not getting it, hey, look, dude, you wasting my time. Because right now, the only thing I'm looking for is get the land back to my people and get y'all the fuck up out of here, man. Now, if y'all gonna try to stay, y'all gonna have to mind something, man, because it ain't finna be all of this. Y'all are terrified. And I understand that, but that's the best part of this. If they wasn't trolling and acting stupid like this, and I would honestly believe myself that this shit ain't working. This ain't what that is.
Right.
So I love to push back, man. I told man, hey, man, I'm Seminole. You know what I'm saying? It's in my blood to fight with you hoes non-stop. And they can sit up and talk. Now, I haven't went to the extent as Jamal, but every time, this was even before I even knew who I was going to these courts. Man, I ain't lost no cases. None.
So you're Seminole, but you're not Indian?
You hear me? You hear me? I'm like, nah, bro, I don't subscribe to none of that, man. I'm more straight up and down, baby. Check my blood going to my veins. I tell them in a minute, if you don't want to tell me this, at least put your blood on the record. That's real. Let's see what that say. Because that's going to tell us everything. That's going to tell us everything. Yeah. And every time you tell them, okay, well then put your, if we go to court, I need you to put on, goddamn, I forgot it, but I remember I asked, it's basically a claim, a proof of life claim. Go and put your DNA on the record. Then you hear crickets. Man, I'll tell them over in a minute, man, don't talk to me, bro. Listen, if it ain't got something to do with some money and how y'all finna, you know what I'm saying, start getting this shit back right before you get a military boot in your ass, it ain't nothing to talk about. I'd rather build with my people, but I'm just saying all of that to say this is the words do make a difference depending on the person that's speaking them. You know what I'm saying? It's some more because I ran across some that's kind of on the fence. Cause they talking it, but they not walking it. I'm like, dude, you can't straddle a fence, bro. This is that point in history, dude. You got to make a decision, man. If you gonna talk, well, you got to mean that shit, bro. That's one thing why the Morris blade cuts on one side, cause we going straight for you, bro. We ain't swinging back and forth. All we need is that one shot. That's it. Cause this the truth. Can't dodge it. You know what I'm saying? So So like I take notes from all of the brothers that's out here, that's really out here demonstrating, letting these folks know. I ain't gonna even say demonstrating, it's out here repping. You know what I'm saying? And behind the scenes, like I'm not always on, you know what I'm saying? When I'm online, I'm on here researching. I'm getting documents together, talking to folks, because I'm trying to help us get our own financial system going. You see what I'm saying? Which they already starting to win the works with that right now. See what I'm saying? Because it's gonna come to that point where the US dollar can't be spent on this land no more. So then what y'all gonna do? What you gonna do then?
Gold and silver coin?
Or it's gonna be some Morris dollars.
Indeed.
You feel me? Because that's what we going to. And like I told them, I said, no, man, y'all can't pay me with that. Every lien I done put in on these folks, tell them I need lawful money. That's why they sit looking stupid, but you finna have to come up out for something. Because if you ain't got the lawful money to pay me, then you gotta alienate everything that you done ever attained over here. You gonna do that anyway.
Anyway, as soon as the people listen, as soon as the people start crying Moors out loud, like I'm a Moor, they done. They got to go. They're gonna be invited to a barbecue party.
Hey, now let me ask y'all this: have any of y'all, did y'all know that the White House is up for sale? The bitch closed down permanently. Did anybody know that?
Listen, all that stuff is up for sale, man. You name it.
That's what I'm saying. That's because on the fact that we letting them know, like what you saying, OG, as far as us hollering more. Oh, they hearing it? Because I done had these folks call me and tell me, man, we getting this paperwork from everywhere, man. Who y'all with, man? You see it on the paper? What the hell you got to call and ask me for?
Hey, listen, watch once the people realize.
But I'm saying, like, the main thing is with brother man, when you can't, make that horse drink that water. But as far as in like what we doing right now, I just can't wait till I get to the point where I can sit down and y'all that's repping. Like for real, like, man, right now my mom's in New York. She went up there to go holler at these folks up there at the what's that? United Nations. But they closed, this coronavirus shit. Yeah, we finna get in, man. They got to start giving us our shit, bro. Because like they say, the law say, man, if you got 50 people to come in to stand up for a government, there's the government right there. And the only reason why they still doing this is because we ain't got the 50 people in line.
No, they lying, bro.
That's the
they
only thing we missing. Now we got some more people out here that's doing some stuff, but I'm not understanding why none of them have went public with it. I'm talking, man, I know some shit, man. And it's just a trip to me. Like it's cool. I'm loving the fact that we can build, but I'm like, man, hey, man, I'm more concerned in the doing part. You feel me? Because it's like I say, it's been lodges over there, Moore's temples over in the cliff for the longest. We never knew who them people were, man. They never said a word to us. Not one time. But you got preachers out trying to solicit us in there to pay tithes everywhere we go. I'm like, man, what the hell going on, man?
That's why the red.
But anyway, brothers, yeah, that was just my rant, man. I'm like, you know, I feel what the brother's saying, man. The aura is a moment. When you start speaking the real truth, your aura brightens.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's a trip, man. The whole, where I go now, it's like a whole different feel. It's a whole different vibe.
That's what it's supposed to be.
You know what I'm saying? I said before, man, I just congratulate brothers for waking up and seeing what I'm glad y'all internal clock went off like it was supposed to, you know. But yeah, that's it.
Islam,
that's all I want to say.
Soldier. Islam.
More. Peace and love to all the Moors, wherever you're at.
All right, Cujo.
Let me give you something to close out.
All right, ladies.
Islam, Moses.
Islam, peace, Moors.
Man, I love the Asiatic woman, man. Big up to Prophet Noble Drew Ali, Divine Law. Thanks for real science. Thanks for the truth. Thanks for the gift of life. Thanks for the breath. Man. Ashe?
Ashe.
What's that?
Well, we about to get in right now.
Hey, what you say? If you should the Sufi mystic T4 from the high Moorish tradition. Perpendicular position, no longer in that mummy state. They lied to us, said we got shit from miles away. But the old back heads look just like me. The flow of gift like Patriot, St. Maurice. That's charitable, these lands inheritable. We're virgin of a state inevitable. So stop the street, I'm on a plane out of your reach. And I ain't talking Delta seats. All metaphysics with a well-blended civics. We colleagues, not lieutenants. This guy was jealous like Musa Ben said. True Ali revelation, Luke Moors is here. Displaying the art. Khalifa society, matriarch. Moorish master MC, also a grand sheep. Delectable Negroes, barbecue and the clan meat. See me in my feds, won't mistake me for black man. I'll call it might assume I'm a Masonic brother. Brown chronic lover, either roll or edible supper. Vibrate at a high rate, turn to a dimension jumper. Hit the soul plane, quick build with the prophet. Get back to the earth plane, dismissed on the docket. Magistrate lane and vomit, janitor bring the comet. No bond paid, temple gets a deposit. Sketch not composite. Left no witness, left blue on the litmus. Get altitude sickness, so high on your head. Whenever I spit this, I'm the type to forget, so you get no forgiveness. Business is strictly like Eric and Parrish. Moreno is my status if you're speaking in Spanish. Man, will manage when I draw from the chalice. Looking like the paintings of Arabs. Tiger head rug in the palace, accepting your challenge. Final glove slap since you thought I was average. Carried by 1,000 scarabs over the hot sand. Last name comes from Moors that rule Scots land. Black or Moors you thought Elizabeth got banned. Drew Ali, name known again, was not planned. Try to call me Indian, no, that will not stand. Forget to say the prayer, now I feel I'm in Copland. Forgot the amethyst, start rubbing on stone shaman. Cause a glitch in the matrix, stop feds from charging. Body frozen, walking past, the eyes enlarging. With a ray gun, like Marvin Martian. That's all, folks, when we activate carbon. End it all like arson, or your face on a carton.
I'm a Morris American man, national. 360 degrees is added to my arsenal. Like a carpenter, got me building temples, but mentally. Noble true, I need to measure and stick your activities. I came here to predicate, change the negativity precisely. My purpose is to uplift humanity. So why you mad at me? Cause you know I'm a more 2,000 years with the prophet like I beg it before. Go ahead and diss the prophet cause you're so immature. When justice come knock at your door, bodies will get the floor. Like a fofo, puzzle your brain just like a jigsaw. Move to cut your head off and did we play ping pong? Looking through the peephole cause you hear the ding dong. I don't sing songs, I'm the champ with no rings on. Concrete jungle gives a fuck about King Kong. I'm ready to go, but when I die I scream out yeehaw like kid y'all. Cause my last words would be Islam. What up, mom? My higher self is keeping me this calm.